Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will call this quarterly meeting of the Tennessee Board of Regents to order. My name is Emily Reynolds, and I serve as Vice Chairman of the Board of Regents, and on behalf of our board, want to welcome you all this afternoon and to our viewers on our live stream as well. As a reminder to our board, please push the button on your microphone to speak, and you'll see the green light. That means you are activated and ready to go. Sadly, we need to start on a sad note this afternoon. In recent weeks, we lost a former member of our board, Jonas Kisber, who served so ably and so well, and all of us miss him terribly. He had left our board not too many months ago. His sense of humor, his spirit, his support of each and every one of us will remain in our hearts, and I appreciate you giving us a moment to acknowledge Jonas's passing. But second of all, as we all know, this has been a very tough couple of weeks for our great state. The bus tragedy in Chattanooga, the tornadoes that swept across the southern part of the state, and then, of course, the ongoing tragedy in Gatlinburg and in Sevier County. I know we will all hold these folks dear in our hearts, in our thoughts, and our prayers in the coming weeks, but I did just want to take a moment to acknowledge the difficulties our state has faced. Our governor is squarely in charge and doing everything he can do. Our thanks to him for his leadership, and to folks across this great state. There is a resilience to this volunteer state. As the mayor of Sevier County has said, they will get through it and be better than ever before, but we know that going is tough, and our hearts and prayers are with them. On a happier note, I have the good fortune to recognize our new student regent, Josh Sperling. And he's a great example for our system because he is a Tennessee Promise student, which is so exciting for us. Yeah, exactly. Excellent. There you go, Mike Krause. He is currently pursuing an AS degree in business administration at Roane State, and he hopes to go on from there to the University of Tennessee. Excellent. And I understand, Josh, tell us about yourself, but I understand at Roane State, you're active in helping with student enrollment and retention. It's all about student success. So tell us what you're doing and what your experience is.
Well, what I do for student enrollment, we communicate with prospective students. We send them out information. So we've been to a lot of different college fairs lately, things like that. We're right in the midst of our dual enrollment season. We're about to get that kicked off. So
excellent. And Mike Krause would really appreciate your feedback on the Tennessee Promise and how that's working for you.
Because it's working excellent. It actually is. I'd say without Tennessee Promise, I wouldn't actually be at Roane State right now. So yes, thank you for that.
Hear, hear. Welcome. And Josh will be with us throughout the balance of this academic year, so welcome. So we're very proud to know you. Let me also quickly mention, as folks here know, we are in the middle of a chancellor's search for TBR. Just a very brief update. We have had an excellent search process, a really outstanding committee to work with, chaired by the governor, who has given very generously of his time in this process. While we have no announcements to make today, I did just want to let everyone know we're making good progress, and I will expect you'll hear more in the very near future on that search. With that, let me turn it over to Chancellor Gregory for announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good afternoon to each of the regents. It's my privilege to just recognize a couple of very special guests and really dignitaries in our audience this afternoon. It's been my privilege over my career to work with a lot of people, but we have two constitutional officers in the room that I am particularly pleased to call my friends. It's David Lillard and Trey Hargett. David brings with him Joy Harris, who is a key member of his staff. I hope many of you, I know through their travels across the state, you've had the opportunity to meet each of these gentlemen and you know them. But they represent what is good about our state, and they have been kind enough to give me part of their time every month for probably about the last 18 years in some capacity in working through the Building Commission. the breadth of what they have in their responsibility sometimes dizzies me in terms of what the number of boards that they sit on. They sit on Mike's commission. I will just tell you, in doing the work that I've done, they have bent over backward to try to help the Board of Regents institutions do what we want to do in the areas of facilities. And I appreciate them taking part of their day to come and have lunch with us. They're about to go back to their offices. But I just want to take a moment, Madam Chairman, to the Regents, to the Presidents and Directors, if you would, in acknowledging Trey Hargett and David Lillard, our Secretary of State and State Treasurer.
Thank you. I think I've actually known them longer than you have. So, but it is a pleasure having you with us. Thank you for taking the time and for all you do for us. I also want to thank our friends at AT&T and especially Joelle Phillips, who is the president of AT&T Tennessee. Joelle is, I think, in D.C. today on business, but she is a great partner to work with. We appreciate the hospitality of all the good folks at AT&T in this really outstanding facility today. And Joanne also chairs the Drive to 55 Alliance, so she gets what this is all about, and we are very grateful to her today. With that, Mary Moody, let's call the roll.
Regent Apple.
Here.
Regent Duckett. Regent Fitzner.
Here.
Regent Freeman.
Here.
Regent Griscom.
Here.
Regent Krause.
Here.
Something's not right here. Regent Markham. Here. Regent McQueen. Regent Prescott. Here. Regent Reynolds. Here. Regent Roddy. Here. Regent Shockey. Here. Regent Smith. Here. Regent Sperling. Here. Regent Templeton. Regent Thomas. Here. Regent Varlin. Here. You have a quorum.
You have before you the minutes from our regular quarterly meeting of September 16. We've all had an opportunity to read those prior to this meeting. Are there any changes or corrections? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Griscom, and a second. Thank you, Regent Smith. Any further discussion? If not, this is a simple voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. The minutes are approved. We also have our interim report from the Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The report you have before you constitutes a record of the business transacted by the Office of the Chancellor since the previous quarterly meeting of the Board, and this report was included in the materials provided you for this meeting. And Madam Chairman, pending any questions, I would recommend the Board's approval of the report of interim action.
Any questions for the Chancellor? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Thomas, and a second. Regent Freeman, thank you. Any discussion? If not, this too requires a voice vote for approval on the interim actions of the Chancellor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. We now turn to our report from our committee work that was done a couple of weeks ago. And we have audit committee meetings also in your notebooks. Do we have any corrections or additions to those minutes? Regent Griscom.
Madam Chair, I want to offer up one addition to our minutes. We received from our auditor, Tammy Burchett, a letter in our non-public executive session of her intention to retire in June of next year. And I would like for that to be added to our committee minutes.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, it
Regent
is.
Griscom to approve and add, thank you. And a second? Second. Regent Markham, thank you. Any comments or discussion? Other than we're sorry to see Tim. I know, say it, Danny. Oh.
Greatly appreciate all the hard work that Tammy has done, and particularly leading her team. It's not an easy job, just we will really miss her.
Absolutely, but we have her, I think, until next June. So, yes. So, but yes, we will miss her indeed, and it's a great team and a tough job, as Regent Varlin said. Any further comments or discussion? If not, our audit committee meeting minutes require a roll call vote. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Regent Apple.
Aye.
Regent Fitzner.
Aye.
Regent Freeman. Aye. Regent Griscom. Regent Markham. Regent Prescott.
Aye.
Regent Reynolds. Regent Roddy. Regent Shockey.
Aye.
Regent Smith. Regent Spurling. Regent Thomas. Regent Varlin. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Regent Griscom?
Madam Chair, thank you. I want to, for those regents who are not members of the audit committee there, and if you have not read the minutes yet, in there is a recognition for 4 of our 4-year institutions. So I just wanted to quickly sort of highlight that because we talked about our committee meeting. The comptroller every year looks at federal programs and does an audit to see, how we, that's called Tennessee Single Audit. And the objectives determine Tennessee's compliance with federal requirements regarding how federal funds are used. And so for the 2015 single audit, they audited 31 major federal programs in 18 of the 56 state agencies that receive federal funds. 7 of those state agencies had no findings, and including that were 4 of the 7 4-year schools that are part of TBR, the University of Memphis, Middle Tennessee State University, East Tennessee State University, and Austin Peay State University. I just wanted, and in the letter, the comptroller said this is a true reflection of fiscal integrity. I just wanted to share that in this meeting so people knew it's in the minutes, but to recognize the good work by the 4 institutions that were cited for no findings. So thank you.
Well done. Thank you. And thanks for the job you do as our audit committee chair. We also have before us the approval of the minutes from our November 15 Personnel and Compensation Committee meeting. Regent Roddy?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to accept the minutes of the November 15th meeting of the Personnel Compensation Committee.
Thank you. We have a motion from Regent Roddy and a second from Regent Prescott. Any discussion? Hearing none, this too, because it involves personnel and compensation matters, does require a roll call vote. Mary?
Regent Apple.
Aye.
Regent Fitzner.
Aye.
Regent Freeman. Regent Griscom. Regent Markham. Regent Prescott. Regent Reynolds. Regent Roddy. Regent Shockey.
Aye.
Regent Smith. Regent Spurling. Regent Thomas. Regent Varlin. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Regent Roddy, for your work on that committee. Regent Markham chairs our External Affairs Committee, and she will give us our report today on the Regent's Award for Excellence in Philanthropy.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. The Tennessee Board of Regents Award for Excellence in Philanthropy is a unique designation. It is given only to the most honored and devoted philanthropists for their support of the important work of the institutions throughout the TBR system. Today, we are proud to recognize Pamela J. Wright with the 2016 Regents Award for Excellence in Philanthropy in recognition of her outstanding support of the Middle Tennessee State University. Pam is truly dedicated to her alma mater, having been involved in numerous activities across the campus, including most recently serving as the chair of MTSU's historic Centennial Campaign. Her visionary leadership and work with the campaign's executive committee has truly left a mark on the campus. They successfully completed the most ambitious fundraising activity in the university's history. The MTSU Centennial Campaign kicked off on April of 2012 with an ambitious $80 million goal. At that time, many people questioned the ability to generate this level of support. But Pam and her leadership team were quietly confident that they would succeed. 4 years later, with the end of the 2016 calendar year, they had received contributions and commitments in excess of $105 million. This remarkable effort has moved Middle Tennessee State University into a new era of excellence and support among its peers in Tennessee and around the country. As a past member of MTSU's Foundation Board, Pam helped launch the campaign with a $1.25 million pledge and to establish the Pamela Wright Endowed Chair in Entrepreneurship at MTSU. She knew that for her beloved MTSU University to be successful, they must attract the brightest minds to teach and mentor students. For while it has been said that scholarships serve individual students, a professor can influence students for generations. It was this desire to positively impact the future of Middle Tennessee State students that led her to establish MTSU's first endowed chair, fully supported with private funds. The Wright Chair in Entrepreneurship has allowed Middle Tennessee State University to attract renowned teacher, researcher, and publisher in entrepreneurship, building upon an already strong academic program. The chairholder is an important part of efforts not only to educate students, but to provide leadership in building the state's economy. To date, her gifts to Middle Tennessee State University total more than $1.4 million and have influenced a broad spectrum on the campus, including her most recent commitment, which established a student leadership program in the College of Behavior and Health Sciences. As one of the university's most successful graduates, Pam's personal journey has been shaped largely by her own entrepreneurial instincts and sound business skills. A native of Lebanon, Tennessee, Pam earned a BS in psychology from MTSU in 1973 and began her career as a social worker for the Tennessee Department of Corrections. In 1981, she established Wright Travel, headquartered in Nashville. She quickly developed a reputation for providing high-quality, personalized service for the business and commercial traveler. Since that time, the agency grew to 28 offices located in 7 states, with over $128 million in annual sales. Wright Travel has been consistently ranked in Travel Weekly's top 50 agencies and in Nashville Business Journal top 100 Nashville area private companies. As a true civic leader, Pam is an active servant for her community. She is a dear friend to Middle Tennessee State. In addition to her time at Middle Tennessee State, she has served the university as a member of MTSU's President's Advisory Council and the Jennings Jones College of Business Advisory Board. She was president of the Nashville chapter of the Arthritis Foundation and vice chairman of the Nashville Convention and Visitors Bureau. She has served on the board of directors for Junior Achievement of Nashville and numerous other boards. On May 7, 2016, Ms. Pamela Wright was presented with the prestigious Tennessee Board of Regents Award for Excellence in Philanthropy, with sincere gratitude and appreciation. She is someone the entire Board of Regents are very proud of, and MTSU students are most grateful to for her support. For additional comments, I'd like to ask Mr. Joe Bales, Vice President for University Advancement at Middle Tennessee State, to step forward to the podium.
Madam Chair, Chancellor Gregory, distinguished members of the Tennessee Board of Regents, fellow members of the audience. On behalf of Middle Tennessee State University, I'm honored today to help recognize Pam Wright as this year's recipient of the TBR Board of Regents Award for Excellence in Philanthropy. Ms. Wright is a highly accomplished businesswoman, a 1973 graduate of MTSU, and an individual who has provided great leadership in our fundraising, offering her time, talents, and treasure at every opportunity. As stated in the award criteria, this distinguished honor is reserved for those members of our community who, through their visionary leadership, generous contributions of time and resources, and exceptional volunteer efforts, have made a significant impact on one or more of our campuses and across the state. I can think of few who've exemplified this any better than Pam Wright. For more than a decade, the university has benefited from Pam's philanthropic support, her active engagement, and wise counsel. Her contributions and leadership have impacted a broad array of programs on our campus, and she has, time and time again, demonstrated her true blue commitment for MTSU. Pam obviously meets the criteria for a visionary and statesperson in our community, not only for MTSU, but for the number of charities and not-for-profit agencies in Nashville and the mid-state area in which she serves. Her contributions are numerous and varied, but allow me just to highlight just a couple. As Regent Markham has already noted, in 2008, in recognizing the need for academic support for the area's entrepreneurs, business people, and students interested in developing their own career businesses, Pam created the Right Chair in Entrepreneurship. That chair has had a huge impact on the students and our community, as it has served many, many businesses, undergraduates, and graduate students who desire to pursue their own career goals. Not content with simply donating funds to the chair, though, Pam became actively involved with the program and its activities, mentoring students, speaking to classes, and taking as much time as needed to help serve that important role. And she continues to provide support for that program even today. As a true philanthropist interested in the overall well-being of the university, her support is not limited, though, to the College of Business. She's provided support for a number of activities and programs across our campus, including her most recent gift of $100,000 to the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. Her interest and engagement with the university extends far beyond her philanthropic contributions, as she has provided valuable assistance in a number of volunteer positions. As you heard, Pam chaired at our Centennial Campaign, the largest and most successful fundraising enterprise in the university's history. As noted, in 2008, when we began our campaign, it was not the greatest of economic times in our country. Also, our community was facing with a very unusual situation that had impacted the financial stability of many of our members. Yet Pam and her leadership team felt confident that we could consider an ambitious campaign and announced an $80 million goal. As noted, in December last year, we concluded that campaign, raising over $105 million. This would not have been done without the exceptional leadership, commitment that Pam and her committee brought to our campaign. A true civic leader, Pam has used her success in many ways to serve her community. You've already heard several. Her deep commitment to the university and her status as a community leader were recently acknowledged by Governor Haslam when he named Pam to our inaugural Board of Trustees for Middle Tennessee State University, furthering her many contributions to our alma mater. Pam is a dear friend of Middle Tennessee State and has served our institution in many, many ways. Her involvement and support will have a substantial and lasting impact on our students, faculty, and alumni. On behalf of Middle Tennessee State University, it's my honor to present her to you as this year's recipient of the Regent's Award for Excellence in Philanthropy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bales. Vice Chair Reynolds, that completes my report.
That was an excellent report. Thank you. And thank you, Joe, for being with us today. So we're all true blue, right? So you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. We have two important reports this afternoon that are informational for the board, and I hope we can engage in a little conversation around both of these. So with that, why don't I turn the floor over to our distinguished chancellor and get us set up for this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That was a well said setup for what we're about to do in the next hour or so. So December board meeting gives us the opportunity with fewer action items to engage in a little bit different style of discussion than maybe we have at our other quarterly meetings. And so over the course of the next 60 minutes, you're going to hear two different kinds of presentations, and it's intended to engage our thought process around trends that are going on inside the Board of Regents system and how they impact our challenges on student success. And then you'll also hear from three of our vice chancellors around capacity building and how that is meeting workforce development needs across our state. So if it's appropriate, let me invite President Phil Oldham, President Janice Gilliam, Director Ivan Jones, if they would join us here next to Director Krause. And Tristan Denley will now lead us in a panel discussion that is entitled Demographic Enrollment Trends in TBR Institutions and Their Impact on Student Completion and Success. And as you suggested, Madam Chair, this can be dialogue if you like. So if one of the speakers says something that you'd like to engage in, please don't hesitate to either ask or comment. But it gives you an opportunity over the next 30 minutes with this panel to think about the new students that are coming, our community colleges, universities, and TCATs, what they look like. It gives you an opportunity to think about the challenges we're now facing with adults leaving. So with that, Dr. Denley.
Thank you, Chancellor. So at the last board meeting, I presented at least the preliminary findings about what our overall system enrollment looks like. And we had at least a brief conversation about some of the trends that we've been seeing that over the last few years. So gradually the population of the system as a whole has gradually been shrinking year by year, but now we are starting to see that trend changing, and we talked about how welcome that was. But it was also the case that we had a brief discussion about the fact that the makeup of that population has changed quite considerably over that time. And so it seemed as though it would be helpful to have a longer conversation about what those trends look like and what is actually being seen on our campuses. So let me open this up just by kind of asking each of you to talk a little about what changes you're seeing in the student demographics at your institution, but of course you're also representing sectors of the system, so you may also want to comment about what others are seeing in your sector. So begin with Director Jones, and we'll just work our way down.
Thank you, Dr. Denley. The Tennessee colleges.
Are you on?
Look green. All right. Sorry about that. Obviously, the most significant trend at the TCATs has in their enrollment has the increase of first-time freshmen. And when I say first-time freshmen, we're talking about those who are recent high school graduates. Previously, our average age range was 28 to maybe 32. We're now seeing that down to 20, 23. And obviously, that's due to the Tennessee Promise. It's really had such a tremendous impact a year ago, a 22% across our system of increase in Tennessee Promise students and enrollment. And this year we experienced another 2%. That sounds rather small, but obviously because of our capacity issues, because those Tennessee Promise students were still enrolled, there are not as many openings for those to come in. But we're seeing again the shift. When I started in 2000, the trend was that a student would graduate from high school, maybe go into the workforce for 2 or 3 years, find out that they were in dead-end jobs, not having obviously a great opportunity, and then they would come to the TCAT as an institution for training. And we've seen again that significant shift. I think there are two people we want to recognize. First of all, we want to say something about the K through 12 system, particularly high school guidance counselors. The TCATs as a system have worked very diligently and very hard to strengthen that partnership. Having high school counselors, faculty come to our institution, see our programs, understand the significance of the training, and particularly the high-tech training. I think what's really impressed them also was the fact that these were students who were graduating within 16 months and who were walking out with jobs that were starting in the $35,000 to $40,000 range. I don't think most of those people were aware of that. But we've found that those high school guidance counselors are saying, okay, we see the value, we see the success of those students, they're hearing that. And that really began even before Tennessee Promise. I think particularly after the recession, 2009, 2010, we saw that shift of those first-time freshman students. But the other people we need to give credit to, industry. Industry has, again, worked very hard because of the need of their workforce to change that image that many people have, that it's not the most pleasant place to work, it's not a great, safe environment, et cetera. And they work very closely with us, as well as the high schools, to again begin to change that image.
I remember having a Nissan representative talk to high school students who simply said, guys, with high technology and what we have at the plant, it's like going to work every day and you're playing a video game because of the technology you're using. And I think that stuck in their mind and it's really helped them a great deal. We have to also say, because of July of 2013, the new brand, Tennessee College of Applied Technology, changes from that old image of being a trade school. And I think now communities, parents, high school guidance counselors, business industry look at us and say, this is a post-secondary education and it has tremendous value to meeting the workforce needs of our community. The other big factor, the TCATs benefited from the LEAP grants. In first year, I think we had about $5 million of that $10 million LEAP grant money. This year, we've now up to about $7.7 million. Many of that was to expand our capacity, but the other part was to increase our dual enrollment in presence in high schools. Once again, those students are seeing that there is outstanding return of investment in taking those classes and making progress to our institutions to continue their education. We have some advantages. We have short-term training. We are lots of hands-on, which they really truly like. It's very structured. And again, they're graduating without student debt, and they're getting those excellent jobs that are in high demand at this time. So those are factors, but we then have to say something about Tennessee Reconnect. While we've seen a shift to that first-time freshman student right out of high school, we're seeing many of those first-time college students who are non-traditional, because now that financial burden has been removed by having that tuition available to them. So there's a balance there. We've seen, again, because of Tennessee Reconnect, another 7% of increase in our enrollment. So those are the things that we've seen as far as our institutions across the state.
Thank you. On to community colleges.
Okay, well, overall, we had a range of increased enrollment this year of double-digit decline as well as double-digit increase, and there were a variety of factors, including new campuses opening, as well as a shift in population from regional change of Nashville State to Vol State. So it's hard to compare apples to apples every year. But overall, we had 4 institutions with an increase, and the other 9 had a decrease, and flat or just slight increase in enrollment, but mostly declining. Nationwide, for the last 5 years from AACC website, and thanks to Nashville State for providing this information, there's been a decline in community college nationwide 2 to 4% over the last 5 years. And so we're looking at that as well. And what is the reason for that? Well, majority of it is people are finding work. The unemployment rate and community college population are very closely aligned, as Dr. Denley has pointed out already in a previous meeting. But the other thing is, people are trapped in a job. They probably don't want to be there, but they can't afford to quit to go to school. So they're not in school. They have to work. So all of those trends are changing the adult population enrollment as declining, and gone from anywhere from 50 to 60% or mix to 75% non-traditional to about 25% adults. So that's a huge shift in the last 5 years, and every college has their own numbers, but largely that is a trend overall. So there's also a decline in the applications and the retention in the health programs for whatever reason, but as you know, in some schools we have as high as 900 applicants wanting to get into a nursing program of 150 students. So while the applicants are down, it's not changed our enrollment yet, but the retention in those programs are down in some schools. The overall trend in male population has, in some schools, have seen a slight increase while the females are down. I know that is true for Northeast State. And so it makes you wonder, Pell does not cover and all of the expenses that a young mother would have to pay for childcare and all of those things. So we don't know how many students are not coming because they can't afford childcare. So we can't survey those students because they're not there. So that's another challenge that we're looking at. Of course, the Tennessee Promise has played a major role. Last year, we saw in Tennessee an average of 25% increase in our freshman population, which was huge, and similar results this year. However, at the same time that our traditional is growing, the adult population is declining, so we ended up with a flat rate overall. So obviously good employment opportunities in Tennessee and the U.S. have reduced the number of those non-traditional students. There are a lot of responses to this. What can we do? What do we have control of? The pilot and the plane, so to speak. What can we do about this? And our colleges are doing numerous things from high tech to high touch. And we're implementing things like applications, full measure education, educational advisory board, Illusion, Starfish. All of these technologies, applications are being implemented to help that student be more connected, to help us communicate with our students better so that we can remind them of deadlines, remind them of a test, keep them in tune with what their grade average is. You know, if your attendance is dropping, you get a push out from your app on your smartphone that you need to go see the instructor for this class. So it's only as good as the data we put in it, obviously grades and attendance, but a lot of innovative things are going on across the state and the community colleges on the high-tech part. On the high touch, we're hiring coaches. We're expanding our tutoring to give more support services to these students. We were hiring advisors to specifically hone in on calling, increasing the applications of these students. So all kinds of things. Another trend that we have seen is the adult ed GED population, now called HISET graduates, are declining. At Northeast State specifically, we've averaged from 7 to 12% of our total enrollment of these GED HISET graduates. That's down to 4% this year. So they're finding work, likely. But we have just implemented the adult population, the adult ed administration. We're the only community college, I believe, that are directly administering in the First Tennessee Development District, and we hope that's going to be a new strategy to attract more adults directly into the pipeline. And so we're looking at that positive solution. But there are less students who are requiring developmental ed, and a lot of that is due to math sales. So a lot of good work has been done at the high school level, and we're looking to increase reading and writing, and as Commissioner Boyd mentioned, it needs to be before high school, maybe 5th, 6th grade, that we implement the sales for reading because of the challenges there. If you don't have reading, it's hard to start any program if you're not at past 5th grade level. So there are a lot of things happening, and I hope I've captured all the data that my colleagues have sent me. A very good job, and we've shared that data, and that's been helpful to us just to share these data.
Thank you. And Dr. Oldham, could you share the university perspective?
Sure, I'll try to cover this, although let me put some things in context. First of all the state universities to some extent operate in different environments, different relationships locally and regionally, and certainly different demographics as well as different opportunities that expose themselves. And I'd also like to put in context that the trend we've seen at the university level in particular predates a lot of the state's activities. It predates Tennessee Promise and even predates Complete College, Tennessee Act. The higher education space has been a very dynamic space. It's been a very competitive space for quite a while, and the things that Tennessee has done to increase opportunities, if anything, has accelerated the pace of that competitiveness to where state borders really don't mean anything anymore for universities as well as local jurisdictions. And I think it's very important to keep that in mind. And so the way this plays out on the various state university campuses in Tennessee will be slightly different. Okay, certainly Tennessee Tech, being in the more rural Upper Cumberland, has a different experience demographically than University of Memphis does, for example, and so forth. But in general, what we're seeing is a lot more time and effort and expense being put into recruiting of students. when 70 or 80% of your annual budget is made up of tuition and fees, enrollment is a very important deal. And so a lot of, all of the campuses are putting a lot more effort into recruiting efforts, into enhancing opportunities, and on the very positive side, I would say also into improving student success measures. So graduation rates, first and second year retention rates, all of those are going up at all of the state university campuses, and largely driven by the need to serve students more effectively and efficiently. But that also puts more pressure on being able to continually recruit more incoming students. Now, in the short term, Tennessee Promise, I think for almost all of our state university campuses, has caused what we believe to be a temporary decline in first-time freshmen for the most part. Some campuses felt it more heavily than others. But what Tennessee Promise has also done, I think, is it's really sort of created a very unpredictable dynamic for student behaviors right now. For example, at Tennessee Tech, last year we saw, I think, about a 15% decrease in first-time freshmen, but compared to this time last year, we are now 20% higher in first-time freshman applications than we were last year. It's hard to understand the dynamic, and I think creating additional opportunities for students is wonderful, but it also creates some lack of clarity, I think, and predictability, and that's what we're also experiencing. But we're all receiving a lot of pressure, not only internally within the state, but also externally. A lot of outside players. We have neighboring states, flagship campuses that have over 50% of their students are out-of-state students. And so the competitiveness is very real. It's very significant. We also see, I think, on most of our campuses, the need to discount tuition to a greater extent because what has happened, I think, on most of our campuses with Tennessee Promise, the freshmen that we are not bringing in now that may be going to community college to take advantage of Tennessee Promise are those students that typically would not be receiving the top scholarship. So the percentage of our first-time freshmen needing and receiving larger scholarship opportunities actually has increased. We've seen about a full ACT point increase in first-time freshmen at Tennessee Tech over the last couple of years. So it's changing the dynamic. It's changing the financial model to a large extent on the campuses. We're watching very carefully the transfer student population going into this next year, because you would expect that this next year would be the first time we would start seeing some of the transfer students coming from community colleges. Our transfer numbers at Tennessee Tech this year are up about 30% year to date. So that would seem to indicate an initial wave of transfer students. I'm not sure what the other campuses are seeing in that regard right now. It's still pretty early. The other thing is that obviously that changes the internal structure and makeup of courses and faculty staffing and all. If you're shifting more to upper level teaching as opposed to a mix of lower level and upper level, so it's a very dynamic environment, I guess, is the message I would leave with you right now. And I think all the universities are managing it very well, but it is we're all approaching it from a much more competitive standpoint.
Dr. Arnold, as you say, the university recruitment market is when we talked a little earlier today, I think I described it as there's almost an arms race going on as far as trying to recruit students really often on a national basis. So that dynamic is also happening. But could you talk some about how the fact that now there really is a much expanded pipeline of students from who might be recruited out of community colleges from transfer pathways into universities, how that's kind of changing some some recruitment strategies, and also maybe some scholarship packages too.
Yeah, and certainly at Tennessee Tech, we're doing this. I think all the state universities are doing this. We're all actively engaged at being more present on community college campuses. And I think all of us are probably offering fairly significant transfer scholarship opportunities for those students that would qualify for that. So, nationally, the numbers are really encouraging in the sense that students that complete a community college education nationally and move on to a four-year institution tend to do very well. Okay, and we would expect to see the same thing here. What we don't know yet is how many of those that started out are going to get to that point. That's the open question for right now.
Well, one of the trends we have seen at the community college, is it on?
You're on.
Is that more and more of the universities are recruiting our students because they know the Tennessee Wave. We had 2 students graduate early last year. One went to ETSU with a Midway scholarship. So ETSU now has a full-time office on our campus and doing a wonderful job, making it seamless, dual admissions, all of those things in place, and even giving our students opportunity to take advantage of ETSU student benefits with games and other activities on the campus. So we've seen a great increase in partnership. The other factor, our overall college transfer university parallel programs have increased. So the intention of our Tennessee Promise students coming in, more of them are to transfer. So we really do think the colleges will see an increase, the universities will see an increase, and we're certainly partnering with our public institutions and TBR institutions to help create a seamless pathway.
Thanks. Thank you. Well, look, to reach the drive to 55, it's clear that we can't simply do this just by doing a better job with freshmen or even just with the students that we currently have. And so there's a statewide need for us to be able to reach students who traditionally we have been unable to reach. So I'd like to maybe get each of you to comment on A, who do you think those students are, and then what are ways in which you're kind of reaching out to try to engage student populations that in the past really haven't been able to engage. And I'll begin with Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Once again, as already noted, our biggest shift in the demographics has been that new freshman student, that 18-year-old. But again, I think it's being defined by manufacturing and business of letting them know the importance of having a qualified, well-trained, skilled workforce. And because of that, I think we're seeing a more increase in a diverse population who are coming to our institutions, both gender, race, and ethnicity. The majority of our TCATs did have increases in all minority students who are coming. And again, it's because of that outcome and the short-term training. But particularly in manufacturing, in the healthcare, and also in the information technology field. With those areas of TCATs that have large Hispanic populations, we've seen a range of 10 to 35% of increase in Hispanic students, and we found that particular culture really does understand and value technical training, and so that's attracting them to this. But we've also, again, seen an increase in the minority population as well as female population. One of the unique things about the TCATs, we are allowed to apply for the Carl Perkins Career and Technical Education Grants. It allows us to seek both new equipment and also services for our students. One of the things they require is a very high performance level in attracting and recruiting, again, what we call special populations, minority students. So we've been diligently working on that and making those targeted efforts for that population as well. And we see that being an increase in our institutions.
Well, the best way to increase enrollment is to retain the ones you already have. So that's been a shift in focus and our priority focus across the state. And so we have seen probably close to 10% at a lot of the colleges of retention of especially from fall to spring. And we're still looking at the data for last year to this year. But that definitely has already had a positive effect because these Tennessee Promise students are changing the culture of our classroom. Faculty say they're here early, they're coming to class, and they're very attentive because they know there's skin in the game for them. They have to succeed and be successful, and then community service, all of those things. They're much more engaged because they know they have to keep this scholarship. Another opportunity is through dual enrollment, is to get those students an early taste of the community college before they get to the college. And so again, we've had several students who've completed even a 2-year degree before they even have finished high school. I know there was one college that announced that recently. So, but we're also expanding our career and technical programs. And so while mostly in the past our focus has been on college transfer, we are now moving into the career and technical. We're calling it Career Academy at the college. We had 18 students graduate before they graduate high school with machining and welding last year, just an example. But everyone is growing dual enrollment, and that in itself is a recruiting tool because they get to know us. And many of these are held on our campuses. Another opportunity is building our capacity. A lot of new campuses are growing across the community colleges. I know Columbia State had 500 students when they opened the doors at their new campus. And in Johnson City, our enrollment doubled from last year to this year to 500 students. So we've got to make it convenient. And another point is we've got to make it easier for these students to get enrolled. And the private schools are doing that, and they're marketing nationally. But they're much easier to get in the door. And so we've got to figure out our enrollment process. It is too cumbersome. And so we need to figure that out and make it easier for them to get in the door. As Jack Welch said, we got to make it easier for people to do business with us. So I don't know specifically what that is, a statewide application process, get more and more of the things online through these technology tools that we're using is to help communicate so they don't have to make multiple trips to the campus. Oh, sorry, you're going to have to bring that to the campus, and now you need this transcript, that. You know, we just got to, we're creating too many roadblocks ourselves. And we are hearing that not only from our regular students, but from some of our students who are employed and their apprentices and so forth. So we've got to do better on that as well, improving our services. But we're also recruiting minorities and international students more because there's more and more of those in our communities, especially Hispanic population in our area, for example, is growing. So we're getting more employees who are Spanish speaking or Hispanic background or Latino. And so we're getting more of those faces. We believe that if you get more of the minority faces on the employment ranks, that we'll recruit more students. So those are just a few strategies that we're working on.
When Dr. Oldham makes his comments, then if we can open it up for board, just if you've got any questions, we'll be to you in just a moment.
Sure. I'll just make this real quick. Yeah, again, all the university campuses are a little bit different in their approach to some of these non-traditional populations, particularly adults. Certainly, University of Memphis has a greater opportunity in a populated area than we do in Cookeville. But I think all the campuses have enjoyed, we certainly have, even in Cookeville, the increase in returning veterans to the campus. We've seen a significant increase and an opportunity to serve that population, which is a fairly unique population. I think we all feel pretty good about what we're doing with veterans right now. The other opportunity that continues to stare us in the face, of course, is increased penetration in the online market. And I think all of the universities are now beginning to explore how to increase the online opportunities to not depend on students coming to them, but go to where the students are, and to tailor programs specifically for those unique needs of those populations of students. So.
Let's open it now, if we can, to the board who might have any questions for our panelists.
As some of you know, I was a college professor many years ago, taught at MTSU, sophomore American history. And I'm curious about Tennessee Promise, and Mike, maybe you can answer this, or Janice or Phil. you have fewer freshmen and sophomores coming into your four-year institutions. What happens to those faculty people that have been used to teaching those freshmen that they don't have anymore, and how does the community college deal with that staffing of needing more freshmen and sophomore professors, so to speak? Is that a problem? Has that been addressed?
Well, in 09-10, we saw all across the state, but specifically at Northeast State, 25% increase in enrollment in 2 years. So we've already been through this growth period. So we start with adjuncts, but we've gradually increased, trying to look for 60-40% increase of full-time versus courses taught by part-time faculty. And so we swap a lot. I sign contracts, dual service agreements where faculty are teaching for ETSU or other colleges and universities. They're teaching for us. And so that adjunct pool, we have 200 adjuncts, for example, and we have 134 full-time. But close to 60% of our courses are taught by full-time. So it is hard, especially in some particular areas that we've had to go. 3 faculty positions that we hired this year, and that was the only hiring that we did, was in the areas of English and speech, and those are hard to find in adjunct areas, and science teachers. It's really hard, but we have tried to address that need with full-time faculty.
Are you happy with the competence of these adjunct faculty?
Yes, many of them are our own retirees who are coming back to teach our retirees who come back.
Okay.
Yes, and we have the pleasure of hiring a lot of Eastman retirees. They come to us with PhDs in chemistry, and our outstanding faculty bringing that resource of experience from the workplace to the classroom. And we have one science faculty who retired at Eastman with 40 years. He's now 87 and one of our best faculty teaching organic chemistry.
Parker,
Yes.
they're taking all your employees.
Opportunities abound.
We're sending them a lot. We've sent them over 500 in the last few years, students. So we're sending them in the front door, and their back door, they're coming back to us. So,
Regent Griscom?
Can you all share with us the students who are coming in through Tennessee Promise? How many of them continue? Are they better students, meaning better prepared to use the opportunity? I'm just interested in the type of students we're attracting and how they are working. Because we've known or heard in the past that students who are coming out of community college, typically when they go to the four-year schools, are better prepared. So I'm interested if you're seeing the same thing with the Tennessee Promise. Then also, all the things we put in place for dual enrollment, 2+2, things like this, how are those helping you all as you look at the issues we're talking about today?
Janice and I just exchanged a nonverbal cue that I can share statistics, but I think Dr. Gillum and certainly Ivan's perspective on the qualitative things on the students we should talk about as well. Statistically, Tennessee Promise students are actually slightly higher academically qualified than the normal community college population, which we expected. Their GPA entering is about a 3.0 coming from high school. 16,891 of them entered last fall, cohort 1. 81% of them came back in the spring, which you already knew. I am not prepared to say how many have come back this fall because we're not quite there. We'll probably know next week. I am confident in saying that the Tennessee Promise retention rate will be higher than the normal community college students. I also say, just from a kind of a quantitative perspective, one of the things we're seeing in the data, Tennessee Promise students are low income. Over half are receiving full Pell. That's important for 2 reasons. The most important thing is it tells me that we're serving students who are low income. Obviously, on the fiscal side, it helps Tennessee Promise's budget because that Pell pays for the student fully. But what it really illustrates, and what I kept hearing here, was whatever else may be said about Tennessee Promise, it has changed how we talk about college. And the notion that a student who always could have gone for free because of Pell, that they weren't going because of bad messaging, is one of the things I think Tennessee Promise might have really addressed. Because it's different to tell a student, you might go to college for free if you fill out this horrible FAFSA and get this Pell Grant. They don't know what the Pell Grant or the FAFSA are, versus saying you go to college for free. That's the change I'm most hopeful, and it's also the one that I think we're seeing evidenced.
It's also the case that, we've been, for instance, and looked to see how well Tennessee Promise students did in, let's say, in the co-requisite remediation classes. Clearly not all of those students are in those classes, but it was, when we slice and dice that data, Tennessee Promise students did substantially better than their non-Promise counterparts. So in comparison, not with just everybody else, but other students who could have been Tennessee Promise students, they were high school students, but were not part of the Tennessee Promise. We went, of course, in to see, as Mike said, they're in general slightly better prepared than their non-Promise counterparts. But actually, even when you go inside and normalize out for race, for gender, for age, for income, and also for preparation, Tennessee Promise students are still doing significantly better than their statistical twins who are not Tennessee Promise. So there's lots to analyze in there to see why that might be, but sometimes it's nice to just take yes for an answer, and they're doing better.
Dr. Gillum, you have a comment, and then we'll close out.
The UT study that was presented at our last board meeting showed that we had received a 25% increase in the perception overall of the community college, and I think that's largely due to Tennessee Promise, because more and more students are going in there telling their friends who are younger than them, still in high school, it really is good. Community colleges are a great place. In fact, they love it. And some of us tell us they want us to be four-year institutions so they can come there their whole time. So, no, we're not doing that. But, and Brian, please, we do not have that plan. So that's not the goal. But we're seeing a huge perception change. We're having to grow activities because these students want to be engaged in intramural activities. So a lot of changes and shift and better students overall. We did see that 62% of our students statewide took advantage of Tennessee Promise who had applied. That means 38% did not. So we've got to go after that group of students who chose not to take advantage of Tennessee Promise.
Let's go to Director Jones, and we're going to come to Regent Fitzner, and then back to Mr. Krause.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'd just like to know with the TCATs, retention's not ever been a problem. Once again, the Tennessee Promise students are staying in, they're completing, because overall, as institutions, our placement completion rates have been 80 or higher. So that's not been an issue. Again, one of the advantage, our faculty work with those students 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. There's a lot of interaction and personal contact. When you ask about the quality, I would love to say great, but the reality is we still have a mixture. We have those, we are seeing more have higher academic backgrounds, primarily because it's driven by the workplace. The reading level, the math skills that are necessary for some of these high-tech jobs, those folks are coming and are doing quite well. But our Tech Foundations program to take that student where they are and move them forward has always been successful for sometimes that student who didn't have the best high school background, because we work very closely with an accreditation agency that tells our faculty you must have a 60% completion rate and a 90% or a 70% placement rate. Our faculty are motivated to take that student and work with them and help them stay in and continue. And like I say, the return on that investment of short term for that student, they're motivated to stay at our institutions as well.
Regent Fitzner. Oh, Regent Fitzner.
I just have a question about Reconnect, because it's clear that our adult populations are dropping, and I know that's not necessarily the case at TCATs.
Correct.
But there are some pretty specific there's some very specific criteria for Reconnect: 30 hours completed, 9 hours a semester. Are you all seeing those as impediments to entry for those students, or are you seeing those as having a positive effect on the retention rates and the success rates of those Reconnect students, or is it a mix?
I think important to distinguish the TCAT Reconnect grant, full actualization, 5,000 students using it. What you're discussing was a limited pilot with a limited pool of funds. Those were absolutely impediments. No doubt about it. I think we learned statewide the numbers are going to be very small in the community college student adults that took it up. I think the hope was you would find someone with 30 credit hours and help them finish up. What we're finding is it's not about money. It's about family, work, life balance. And until you can deliver higher education in a way that we're not really ready to deliver, I think we're on the cusp. I don't think it's the money keeping adults out, to be honest.
The private schools who are doing compressed schedules, one course a month, one night a week, online, they're easy to enroll. We've got to figure all those pieces out. We just tried in Johnson City, all of our students are on compressed schedule in the day at 7-week sessions. Our students are doing better, they're getting better grades, and at night, we tried the one night a week, one course a month. So those data are coming back very positive. Even students and faculty didn't believe that it would happen, but that was the result. But we've got to be more nimble and be more convenient all the way around for these adult students.
And the TCAS has experienced essentially the same thing, and we've been trying to be very creative in the scheduling, and that's one of the challenges. Many of these folks already have jobs full-time, and sometimes they're asked to work more hours, and so we have to be extremely flexible, and our institutions are doing everything that we can to accommodate their schedule, because again, they want to be there.
Let me thank my colleague Mike Kraus for recognizing Regent Fitzman, the difficulty in the community college reconnect, and specifically Jessica Gibson on his staff, who's now kind of trying to back channel some surveys that will help us understand and maybe what we need to do to kind of tweak that program to have a bit more success. Let me go finally to Mike, and we'll close out the panel.
Be very brief just to say no Tennessee Promise discussion should be had without actually thanking the universities. There are very few states where the four-year university presidents wouldn't have automatically been both offended and very publicly vocal against the Tennessee Promise. That did not happen here. It didn't happen with our UT president colleagues either. Tennessee Promise worked because of a lot of people, these presidents, their staff, their teams, our faculty. But the four-year presidents making a decision to say this is right for Tennessee, even though I know my freshman class might dip now, cannot be stated enough how important that was. And all 6 of the TBR universities evinced that behavior, and all of the UT universities as well. It's pretty remarkable if you think about it, and it was essential to this working.
Well, we hope to make that up next year when all of these graduates from the first wave of Tennessee Promise go to the university. So we're looking forward to helping you next year.
Thank you very much to each of you. Madam Chairman, we're... Madam Chairman, as we move to the report of the presidents, it too will be a bit different than what we have at each of our quarterly board meetings. You're going to get to hear now a discussion around capacity building and the capacity challenges that are inherent in as we grow and as we try to accommodate our students. The two folks flanked to my left and right, and we were together this morning at Nashville, at the TCAT Nashville, where Mark Lenz hosted a groundbreaking for the opening of a new diesel program there, which helps us. I'm not seeing James, but it may be about our 8th possible diesel program across the state. We're seeing that capacity demand grow, and we're watching our TCATs develop strategies to be able to meet those demands. So, Madam Chairman, you're going to hear individual reports from Dr. Denley and Dr. Nichols and James King about about 10 grants that have been provided by the Tennessee Higher Education Commission around capacity building and program expansion. So before Dr. Denley, let Director Kraus kind of give you a little bit of context for why the funds were there and the competition for the funds. Anything you might like to say on that?
Just to say briefly, last summer, the summer of 2015, we had a capital task force, of which the Board of Regents was very active, UT was active, THEC was active. One of the things that came out of that discussion was a realization that capital doesn't always look like the $127 million science building. Sometimes it does. MTSU, want to be clear. But other times, It looks like building capacity around a very specific program, or maybe it looks like a four-year university undertaking a research initiative. And so I thought the key word was nimble, that came out of, let's create a fund that we were very grateful to the governor and the General Assembly to receive $24.2 million. Let's put out an RFP and say, take your best shot and compete. We had a team of readers that spanned ECD, the Department of Labor, TBR certainly, UT, and those readers read blind. And they were able, I think, to bring forth a set of projects that nimble ended up being a very, I think, common theme, and building capacity, truly. Giving TCAT capacity, I think, as long as anybody has been on this board, has been an issue. And we hear about the TCAT capacity challenges. I think what you're going to hear in a moment is we were able to really address that. I'm also really excited about a couple of the university projects that are able to maybe let us dig into some very special research areas, not the least of which was poultry science at Tennessee Tech. I think Dr. Oldham might have, no, he's there. But this was an opportunity for us to look at capital a little different way. And I think that what we're about to hear from this update is things turned out in a really exciting fashion.
Yeah, so let me exactly build on that and talk about the two university projects that were funded, and we do want to very much want to give thanks for those funds, because they really are crucial. The two university projects, one is at Tennessee Tech and one is at ETSU, and I think actually in many ways they sort of embody at least two of the really powerful possibilities in the university sector that this opens up, and I think will be actually picked up by the community college and by the TCAT projects too. So the Tennessee Tech project is to fund a brand new center, the Tennessee Center for Poultry Science Excellence. And so this is an educational center which really will sort of cover the gamut of poultry science across the state. I don't know that I knew that much about the prevalence of poultry and poultry farming across Tennessee before this project, and I have promised not to make any chicken jokes during this presentation. It's very tempting, but in fact it really is a massive industry across our state. So there's more than 60 poultry producers across the state, about 7,000 jobs that are involved in this across the state. And so there is a tremendous need for both ongoing development, ongoing training, ongoing workforce development, understanding how new techniques might be used in this industry, and then ways in which as a sector it might actually grow across the state. So this new center, and it's roughly a $2 million grant to put this center in place, will provide both an educational space. There's also a commercial kitchen there. There's a farming space for new farming kinds of techniques to be developed and explored, and also for educational outreach. So the intention is that, for instance, there will be roughly 200 to 300 people who will be involved in training and in workshops, ongoing certifications, and then similarly probably around 1,000 people who will be coming through that center, working in the commercial kitchen, again going through various different kinds of trainings and workshops. Of course, it's also the case that this is based on degree programs too. So this will be run out of the College of Agriculture and Human Ecology. It also opens up possibilities for ongoing research funding, and so there really is a very significant inroads into. Of course, it is the case that this will be a unique center in Tennessee. There's no other such happening in our state, and so it is clearly a niche, but a very important niche for a university to be filling. The second program is ETSU, and actually, and this is in many ways the sort of the partner idea here. That what ETSU was seeking was funds, and again, close to $1 million worth of funding to expand the presence of their program in Sevierville, and they have had a presence there in Sevierville for some time, but really wanted to find ways to be able to expand the offerings that they have there. And actually, one of the most important really was to expand their nursing program. Clearly, ETSU has a national representation, a national presence when it comes to nursing. I'm actually going to be talking about a new program that they have in nursing just in a few minutes. But I think, and Dr. Gilliam talked about this earlier today, the nursing programs across our state, they are hard to get into because they are competitive, and it's always about capacity. There are always many, many more very bright students who would aspire to be in nursing programs than we can ever actually accommodate. So this new program would actually expand their nursing program, add around about an extra 20 or 30 slots to their nursing program, which is far from insignificant. But it's also the case that it actually creates an opportunity for a new accelerated Bachelor of Science in Nursing program. So the way the program will be developed, it'll allow students to actually get through that nursing program in 5 semesters. And of course, it is the case that across our state and nationwide, we need many more bachelor's qualified nurses. And so this allows us to be able to take those students through that program even more quickly and put them out into the workforce. But also it's a connector. So that program also allows students to come in with an LPN, so out of a TCAP program, and then move through an accelerated program to get their BSN. And as we've talked about many times, that BSN is then still on the track to perhaps an MSN and a DNP. So this grant, again, as well as opening up extra capacity for slots we didn't have before, also creates opportunities for students that simply were not available before. So really want to congratulate both of those universities on what I think were really very innovative projects. And again, thank you for the funding.
Thank you, Dr. Denley. Dr. Nichols, would you tell us about the Community College Awards?
Madam Chair, Chancellor, members of the board, I'm very pleased to bring three different programs, 3 different colleges that received some of these project capacity funds. First being Motlow State Community College. Motlow State received $5,500,000 for a new capital construction project to add an advanced robotics training center to the McMinnville campus. This 12,425 square foot facility will house robots and training equipment by the top 3 national robot manufacturers, ABB, Fanuc, and Yasukawa Bodeman, to instruct both credit and non-credit students in design, operation, and maintenance of industrial robots. This is in response to the local manufacturing need for a workforce trained in robotics. The Robotics Training Center will serve both traditional and non-traditional students in Tennessee's Upper Cumberland region through a new associate degree program in mechatronics with a robotics concentration. And they will be delivering this on both the credit and the non-credit certification courses in industrial robot operations. Once this is fully operational, Motlow State is projecting to serve approximately 400 credit and non-credit students per year. So congratulations to Motlow State. Looking forward to playing with robots. Dyersburg State Community College has received $1,075,000 to expand the capacity of their nursing program by providing additional equipment and additional laboratory and renovating existing lab space to increase the number of students that they can accommodate. By renovating these spaces, Dyersburg State will be able to increase the number of degrees it awards in support of the state's Drive to 55 initiative by offering its paramedic to RN program at the Dyersburg campus. By the way, it's currently the only one offered at the Dyersburg Jimmy Nafee Center at Tipton. And it will double the capacity of the fast track program to 48 students. So congratulations to Dyersburg State. Lastly, Volunteer State Community College received $1,560,000 for a new capital construction major renovation project, which to their existing Wharf Science Building on the Gallatin campus. The Wharf Building is one of the oldest of the buildings at Volunteer State and houses their science and laboratory facilities. The addition of this renovation will provide instructional and laboratory space for the certificate in mechatronics and Associate of Applied Science in their mechatronics program. The space includes a classroom, large open laboratory, which will house equipment allowing students to gain hands-on experience, and 2 faculty offices. The mechatronics addition will serve a cohort of 24 students, so by the second year, there will be a freshman and sophomore cohort for a total of 48 students. So, again, congratulations to Volunteer State.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols. Dr. King, will you tell us about the 5 TCAT awards?
But I would be remiss as an agriculture major to not tell Phil that some of my father's last words of advice to me on his deathbed was, he's a Depression era person, he said, when times get bad, get chickens. So, I'm glad to know that, Phil. As you may have heard, we were quite pleased with the results of the TCAT Capacity Award grants. We got $13.2 million worth of the grants, and I think they were much needed. The TCAT Crump will use their funds to expand the welding technology program into Chester County school systems. The main purpose of the award is to link high school students with a high-demand, high-skilled, high-wage occupation in the welding industry. A total of $114,380 was received, and they'll serve about 50 high school students a year in that program. Next, we're all aware that the demand for healthcare workers, especially in rural areas, TCAT Harriman was awarded $250,000 to deliver practical nursing, nurse's aid, phlebotomy, and medical office assisting at the Loudoun County Instructional Center. The programs will include both adults and dual enrollment students, and their goal is to serve about 80 students annually. Proud to announce that TCAT Pulaski will be using their $3.2 million grant to purchase building and property adjacent to their main campus. This expansion will allow TCAT Pulaski to expand and upgrade several programs that are in high demand. The funds will provide the opportunity to acquire a facility to serve the specialized training needs of employers in advanced manufacturing and industrial maintenance. Also, the expansion will include a dual enrollment component. The goal is to serve an additional 160 students a year. The highest scoring grant in the process was TCAT Memphis. As you'll see in the newsletter, Memphis has had a few good months lately. First, a $1 million grant from the Gene Haas Foundation and part of the LEAP 2.0 grant, and now a $4 million capacity grant. The capacity grant's a partnership with the Greater Memphis Medical Device Council and the City of Bartlett to align the workforce supply with employer demands. The new space will house machine tool technology, industrial maintenance, and welding technology. Also, the site will serve as the official training center for the Greater Memphis Medical Device Council. The goal is to serve 360 students annually and supply trained workforce in precision machining for the medical device industry. Really exciting things going on down in Memphis with that industry. And lastly, the Governor's Capacity Grant awarded $5.7 million to TCAT Knoxville to build a 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art training center in Anderson County. The new campus will offer welding, diesel-powered equipment, truck driving, machine tool technology, and industrial maintenance, as well as automotive technology. The goal is to serve both adults and dual-enrolled high school students, and we anticipate the new facility serving an additional 400 students per year. The grant is truly based on the training needs of the area and a partnership between industry and TCAT Knoxville. The business community stepped up with property, and the community supplied and renovated a temporary site. This grant will provide the funds needed for a permanent training facility. The business and industry community believe this new site will assist them in meeting their workforce needs. You know, truly, this has not left much on our Christmas list for the end of this calendar year. You know, between this and the $7.7 million LEAP grants. And Memphis also received a $780,000 grant from the Department of Labor, plus the $1 million Gene Haas Foundation grant. So we close out the last quarter 16 on a high note. Or as we'd say in West Tennessee, to finish on another agricultural note, we're in high cotton. So.
Thank you, and congratulations to each one of the institutions for the time and effort they put in on the grants and for the awards. The thing, Madam Chairman, I'd like to say to the Regents before we close out this particular portion of the section is, I know you hear this discussion an awful lot, but I'd like for you to get the sense of how closely connected our institutions attempt to stay to business and industry in their areas. It is always a challenge, and we frequently see businesses pivot and go in different directions, and we respond as well. But these grant applications came with full support of the local workforce investment areas, which shows the linkage and connectivity. And if you have one other takeaway, you see the strong interest in program logic, advanced manufacturing needs across our state, as well as the continuing appetite for healthcare programs.
Thank you, Chancellor. Well done. And you have also managed to continue that tradition of the Chancellor's
Award done by somebody else.
yes, your presentation done by someone else, but you did
Following
it
a good tradition,
yes,
yeah.
you did it in fine order this afternoon, and I think it was an important dialogue for all of us to hear. I know all of us crave more of that board education to understand how things are working, and at the end of the day, how we as a board can best impact our mission and goals going forward. So both of these were very insightful and very helpful. We do not have any unfinished business to come before the board at this time. So with that, I'm turning it back to the Chancellor to introduce our next speaker on the new Complete Tennessee initiative, who is no stranger to us.
He is no stranger to us, but I'm happy to welcome to the podium Dr. Ken Lovett. And Ken has just recently left us, our Office of Community Colleges, to begin a new organization, and I have invited Ken to come and talk to each one of you about the organization and introduce the good work he's doing. Dr. Lovett, welcome back in a different capacity.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to take the board back a few years to a board meeting when there was a presentation on degree production. And Regent Freeman, I hope you remember this, and I hope I understood your question correctly, but you asked the question, what was the opportunity? You remember that question. And I would like to say that Complete Tennessee, we are focusing directly on that opportunity. And your point for the question really centered on, it's good for us to celebrate every student that walks across the stage and earns a degree. But we have to think about those students who do not. And more importantly, we have to think about those students who never even engage in post-secondary education, because that impacts us all as citizens and as Tennesseans. And without thinking about that opportunity, we won't have any aspirations for where we could be as a state. We look at the opportunity as being two governors from two different political parties that have supported student success. We're about to be on the 7th year of the Complete College Tennessee Act. Both governors found it important that we have as many Tennesseans with a post-secondary credential as possible. Right now, the state is less than 40% of adults have a post-secondary degree or certificate or credential. Our aspiration is to get to 55% by year 2025. And we're fastly approaching that deadline, and there's much work to do. We also see a legislature that has supported the governors in this work for completion and has put in place great programs, great state aid. When you look at the state of Tennessee, we actually rank 3rd or 4th in state aid, whether it's merit-based or need-based, which presents a great circumstance for Tennessee, for our institutions, and for all Tennesseans to really get to that Drive to 55 goal and really deliver on that promise. So it's not just an aspiration without funding or without guidance. We have a great framework in Tennessee that other states are looking towards to get to this Drive to 55 goal. We're proud of every student, but again, we want to see more students enter and also more students graduate. Complete Tennessee is a 501c3 institution organization. Our vision is to have more Tennesseans enroll and actually graduate from our community colleges, our colleges and our technical colleges, as well as our universities. We have a mission to advocate for our students, and we believe that it's going to take a community-based approach to get to the completion agenda that we're trying to meet. So it involves nonprofits, elected officials, cities, communities, regions, counties, all to wrap around and support our higher education institutions and to hold everyone accountable to getting to that goal. We also have a vision that is a shared vision for this board and for this system, which is we believe the drive to 55 is the right thing to do, and we need to do all that we can to get to that goal. The completion challenge is going to require all of us, and we have strategies in place to help get us there. There are 4 major strategies that we will take part in at Complete Tennessee, and I'm going to mention 3 of them today. But ultimately, we believe that community engagement is vital, that the communities need to find a way to engage and understand how completion works and what's their role in the completion agenda. We also believe that our community members need to be equipped with the right information, data, and reports to understand how their institutions are looking in their particular regions and how they can be better advocates for change. And when things are working well, how can they be advocates to push for more? Also, we are looking at leadership development. We believe that the completion pipeline involves not just individuals within higher education, but it's also our workforce development leads, it's our nonprofits, it's our faith-based institutions, it's everyone that should be informed and be leaders and advocates to really show that Tennessee can change the culture on completion in a short amount of time. And then finally, we believe in innovation. And so we're going to do a lot of reports and research to really look at what are the best practices in innovation that we want to look towards to advocate for, either inside of the institution or outside of the institution. In our current conversations with communities across the state, there are things like mass transit and financial counseling that are important to making sure students can not only get to college, but also graduate and get to a job. Those things impact completion, and you've heard a couple of the presidents talk about that today, and we believe that completion involves, again, the entire community. Just yesterday, we released a report called The State of Higher Education in Tennessee, and I believe there are copies that, if they have not been passed around, they will be soon. The printed reports will come out in about a month or so, the final printed pieces, but the digital copy was released yesterday. That report is an annual review that we will carry forward every year to understand and give the community, all Tennesseans, an understanding of the higher education landscape across Tennessee. It's not just a view, again, of higher education only, but we know that secondary education is critical, vital to completion, whether it's our high school students earning post-secondary credentials while in high school, or the preparedness of these students to actually get into our institutions to graduate. And then finally, are we aligned with labor in the correct way, which these students can clearly visualize what their pathway will be. And also, do we have pathways for those students to get a job, come back in a timely and efficient manner, earn another degree, and increase their wealth? The point of this report is really to open the discussion about the successes and the failures of higher education. We want to clearly lay out the landscape about how we look as an institution, as a system for a state, the entire system, that's UT, TCUA, and Tennessee Board of Regents, and all other institutions. But we also want to set the stage for what we will be discussing later, which is going to be a listening tour with our 9 economic development regions. And so this report will set a baseline for having conversations with members across the state, community members, to talk about what is really important in your region for completion. We do know that there are differences in Memphis versus Chattanooga. Chattanooga has a formal plan called Chattanooga 2.0. Our goal is to learn more about it and try to see how we can enhance and engage that strategy. We do know also in Nashville, they actually have a very strong plan for a region within the city where there's high diversity, high poverty, but low attainment rates. And they specifically want to target this area to make sure that we bring more Tennesseans into the completion pipeline. And then finally, we want to make this a long-term endeavor so that we can highlight to the nation and to the entire state the progress that Tennessee will make towards this completion agenda. So the report sets really a baseline of where we are. We're hoping in future reports that we can actually show where significant gains have been made along the entire completion pipeline. For me, and within the report, I'll just mention a few graphics that highlight to me some factors to note for the board today. The first one is your graphic on the left, and it's a completion pipeline of 100 ninth graders. And we're using a 45% timely graduation rate as the metric for this. But if you'll see that in the graphic, those colored in white and gray are citizens or ninth graders that will probably not engage in higher education at all. And that's a factor of the opportunity, Regent Freeman, again. How do we engage those students in post-secondary education So they have that investment, and they can change the lives of their families. But if you look to the blue and red, that is those who are engaged and those who graduate. Our goal is to also grow that proportional share of those graduates in red so that there are fewer blue individuals within this 100 ninth grade student example and more in the red. So the pipeline is a good way to sort of understand how it looks for Tennesseans. You have to ask the question for those that are in the white or colored white and gray, what is their life going to be like in Tennessee? How will they survive? How will their long-term quality of life make a difference for Tennessee? Will that be a drain on the state, or will it be a net added benefit? And we know from data that we've seen that those students with just a high school degree or no high school degree at all are going to live very problematic lives, and their quality of life will not be as good as we would like it to be. The graphic on the right is also another one that I think is very important. It sets the tone for this report. This relates to graduation rates by ACT score. And this looks at UT institutions, our public universities, and also our community colleges. I will make a note that the community colleges, that's a 6-year graduation rate average. So if you actually look at the 3-year graduation rate average, it drops some. Now the trajectory looks normal for preparedness. You would expect a low ACT score would turn out to be a lower completion rate for our institutions. But the thing that's most concerning on the left side of that graph is that the community colleges, in terms of serving and the performance of those students on the lower ACT score range, it appears that the universities are seeing better performance from those students with 14s and 15s on the ACT. That's something we'd like to explore and research and understand better. And if you look at to the far right, where you have students that are scoring very high on the ACT scores, you see that there's opportunity for some better gains in graduation rates. It's not necessarily a slam dunk that they have a 28 on the ACT, but we know with high ACT scores, these students are very highly recruited by not only our public institutions, but private institutions, because we know that they can be successful. But that graphic on the right shows that it's not necessarily true. What we do know from national figures, either through the Lumina Foundation or others, is that we're finding out the number one factor for completion is tied to income, unfortunately. And so what the data is showing is that a high-performing, low-income student has less of a probability of graduating than a low-performing, high-income student. So we have to think of that and figure out ways in which we can address this, because we know Tennessee has a great deal of low-income, first-generation students that we need to serve, but the graphics sometimes show that success is going to be a challenge for us. And so this work we want to highlight to talk about the opportunity of addressing that population of student that is a critical piece of the Drive to 55 plan. Also within the report, we highlight some data and information related to just the opportunities and the realities of some of our performance factors. Those relate to overall graduation rates, which can be improved. We also look at the remediation, and we definitely praise the fact that the state has significantly reduced the need for remediation, but the fact remains that more than half of the students coming into higher education still need some form of remediation. So our goal is to continue to push for more solutions, more innovation, or actually expand sales as much as we can to ensure that students walk in the door, as well as adults, without the need for remediation as much as we can possibly do it. But the final and most important piece really deals with the dismal graduation rates for our African American students. When you look at the data, it is startling. We're looking at a 5% graduation rate for our first-time, full-time community college freshmen graduating in 3 years. If you add that to the entire university and community college graduation rates for African Americans, the numbers are not that much better. It's a significant part of our population, and the question would be, why are those numbers not performing in the way that they should be performing? Before I move on to the next strategy, are there any questions about the report, which you've seen so far? I know it's pretty quick scanning, but just wanted to open it up real quick for questions or comments.
I don't know if I have a question or comment, but how do we get to Drive to 55 with 1 out of 20 African Americans graduating from community colleges? I mean, how do we get there? I mean, I've been on this board for 4 years. I've never seen this stat, 1 in 20, and I'm disappointed that I haven't dug deeper to find it. But 1 out of 20, it's dismal, and I'm actually hurt by it, because I know the other 19 are what the life is going to be for them, and they're going to struggle.
Correct, and that's the reason why we believe a regional approach and understanding really what communities can do around the populations will help. That piece of data has, I've received calls from pastors, people throughout the community, and it's not, they're upset, but what they want to know, and I think this is a good thing for our institutions, how can they help? They want to know how they can help, because they, again, you think about the 19, the opportunity, we know what happens to those 19 ultimately, and it's not good. So it's part of that regional work that we're going to do to try to find out how cities can really wrap around our institutions and sort of build a completion strategy that involves the entire community. Go ahead.
Second question is how do minorities fare at the university level? This is community colleges. What about at
the university level?
levels?
In the report, I think it's in there. They fare. The graduation rates are better than the universities. I mean, than the community colleges. But again, when you look at the overall student population, they're much lower than they should be. What's interesting, and also in that graphic, is you'll see it appears that the Hispanic students, like our Latino students, are doing somewhat better than the African American students in terms of performance. So.
And then I'm going to ask one last business question.
Sure.
That I know you don't have the answer to.
I knew you would ask a question like that.
What does it cost for 19 out of 20 minorities to drop out of community college?
I do have an answer. Robert Putnam, and it's a book that I'm sharing with the board for their gift for the holiday. He wrote a book called Our Kids, and it's a great book to really understand how America has changed and how higher education is having difficulties dealing with that change. He estimates, and this is his estimate, for those students who do not graduate from college or either don't even engage in higher education, the cost is going to be around $5 trillion to the nation. So it's a very good conversation to have with communities, because when we hear from some rural areas of, well, we could graduate more, but there are no jobs. There are all kinds of reasons why there's apathy out there for the completion agenda. But highlighting that the quality of life of your region, your county, your neighborhood really depends on every Tennessean engaging in post-secondary education. There's a net financial benefit in some form or fashion, but the number out there from Robert Putnam was $5 trillion. So that's a pretty stark number, but you think about crime rates, the cost of incarceration, you think about social services that we have to pay for, that social cost is great. So one, you're gonna see gains on the state or the tax revenue side when citizens make more and earn more money, but you're also seeing a net effect when the social services that are required for those individuals is reduced greatly as well. So it makes good financial sense as well for those who are apathetic about the completion agenda to really engage and wrap their arms around this completion agenda.
So can I ask you, Chattanooga 2.0, as you probably know, focuses a lot on public education, K-12. So when I look at this number, we were looking at higher education, is in your report how then we reach back into K-12, so we're capturing. When I look at your 1 in 20, we get them where we are now, we probably can't fix it. So my question is you're putting this together, are you all looking at ways that you go back and you look at what can we be doing at K-12 and doing it through higher education, our institutions reaching back and really working. I mean, we had a candidate, I think I can share this, who told us as we were looking at our search that he looked at his high schools in the state where he operates and said after the third year, junior year, the students weren't doing any more math. So he went back and said, I want a refresher course put in place in that fourth year. And what he saw was his remedial percentage dropped from 62 to 52 by doing that. And so I'm assuming that built in here as we look at these numbers when you know, from our perspective, is that a lot of this is now what are we doing, you know, to reach back and make sure that we're trying to catch these young people sooner before they get to us and we end up with a 1 in 20 type number.
Right, and one of the issues, as we know, is a lot of our students begin college and career exploration in their senior year. It's too late. And for a lot of our low-income first-generation students, they may not know of all the career and college opportunities out there for them. So they select from a small subset of institutions to attend, which may or may not be the best fit for them. So I think we believe that in this pipeline, and that's the reason why we mentioned ninth graders, and talking in this discussion about the pipeline, we have to equip our students, especially our low-income first-generation students, with a robust battery of career and college exploration. We have to also give them some financial education, because one of the realities is the students will receive an $8,000 check from Pell or whatever, right, at the beginning of the semester, and they say, good luck, make do with it until December. And it's the first time a student has seen that much money at one time. We know what's going to happen with that outcome. So financial literacy is another key too, because students, they're just not equipped. What Robert Putnam mentioned was a backpack, and so if a student has been exposed to higher education, they come from an affluent family or an educated family, they have a backpack equipped with skills to survive in college. For that student who doesn't have that experience, then they're going to have to find a way to get those assets within their backpack. But by the time they figure that out, it may be too late. Also, what you see sometimes, and I hear a lot, I've seen where students change majors all of the time, and that sort of impacts their aid and also impacts their completion. Well, there is a thought that maybe them changing majors is their attempt to do career and college exploration. They don't know what they want to do. They walk into a college, they pick a major because they got to pick something. They pick the college because they had to pick something if they go. But they don't necessarily know if that's the best fit for them. So the way in which they do it is explore classes or change majors till they find that right place that they want to be. But if we give them those experiences in high school, it may mitigate that risk of them exploring and slowing down their completion path. So.
I think Regent Sperling has a question.
Yes, so I never realized quite how drastic the 3 and 4 statistic was, or the 1 in 20. My question is, how do we stack up against other, against nationally, or even particularly other institutions within the South?
You can go to the SREB studies and look at how the southern states are performing. Tennessee is somewhat in the middle. When you go to, and you can go to the Chronicle of Higher Education, they have data and reports out there. Tennessee, on the university and the community college side, their graduation rates are on the bottom end of performance. Now the spread is not necessarily always that great, but nonetheless, we are on the bottom end of that graduation rate performance. Okay. All right, I'll mention just 2 more of our strategies, and that one is the listening tour. The listening tour is really to formally introduce ourselves to the regions, and we will have conversations with each region, and we're bringing in elected officials, nonprofits, our university and our higher education leaders to talk about completion. The entire conversation on completion, again, I mentioned mass transit, I mentioned how they're aligned with labor, all those different discussions we want to talk about. And then we want to help formalize a completion strategy for each region. We're thinking that we're going to work in, and the reason why we picked the economic development regions, and there are 9, is because each has an economic core. So with an economic core, we know, at least for the rural regions, a lot of those citizens drive into Nashville and they drive right back out to wherever their county is. And so if we can have conversations across different counties in a region about completion, maybe we can help find a few things that they can work on to improve the lives and the livelihoods of their students, and actually encourage and incentivize their citizens in their region to actually take part in post-secondary education. So we will keep that on our website. I would love to come back and report on what the regions are saying about completion and what they would like to work on. I think it's an important matter to know for this board as well as the institutions that are here. But we're very excited about that listening tour, and I just put up a map, and so you can kind of see the regions that we will engage in. We will start in the Northwest. We have picked a date in early January where we will sit down and meet with members in that region, and we will conclude the other 8 by April. And I'll send you, Vice Chair, a list of the dates so the board can see, and we'd love to have you at some of these regional tours to just hear and see what community members are saying about completion. Finally, we have started a great leadership development programming piece for our initiatives. We have a leadership academy that's right now made up of our steering committee members. And the point of the leadership academy is to equip our leaders across the state, and this is higher education, workforce development, economic development, our nonprofit institutions, and even some in secondary education, equip them with a better understanding of completion and how it looks across Tennessee. We started our first session for the Complete Tennessee Leadership Academy. We started that in Memphis, and we actually got a good review of how Memphis looks for completion. Dr. Hall spoke with the superintendent of schools and also with Christian Brothers president to talk about how they work together to improve completion and deal with the challenges in Memphis. Last month, we went to Knoxville, and we talked about the student perspective and understand how Knoxville is totally different than Memphis, to give our leaders a good understanding that when we talk completion or when we talk about initiatives or strategies, one size does not fit all, and the challenges and needs may be different in one region versus another. And then finally, we are going to start a legislative staff education institute where we will inform and educate and help staffers research areas in higher education to inform policy in a better way in the future. That will take place next year, and again, I'll share that with the board, and love for you to learn more about it and maybe engage and give us some input and feedback. But back to the Leadership Academy that we've embarked on. I will say that every one of our leaders has had a chance to hear perspectives of students, and I had a picture of these students on the presentation, and it was really a highlight of how different our students are and what that means. The student in the middle, the African-American student, is from a highly educated, high-income background and is doing very well at UT Knoxville. And when she talks about her perspective in higher education, it's totally different than some of her colleagues there that were sitting there on the panel. And you can see clearly why completion, when we think about income of our students in the background, is something that we really need to study, because in order to get to the Drive to 55, we have to address this need some kind of way in an efficient manner. The one takeaway that I love from the students that were talking was they called it a hidden curriculum. And they said when you go to college, there's the curriculum for the coursework, but there's also the curriculum of going to college. And so they mentioned that learning the hidden curriculum was the key to them surviving. And so I'd like to start repeating that term over and over again so we can really relate to the students, is that we need to find a way of articulating, packaging that hidden curriculum and making sure that they're very equipped before they get there. And then my last slide is just to show that we have a lot of state leaders that are starting to have great dialogue across the state about completion, about what the students are experiencing, and about what the good work some of our institutions are doing to learn how we can expand that more across the state and advocate for that more. I'm way over my 10 minutes, but that's pretty much the presentation, and take any questions or comments if you have them.
Anything else for Dr. Lovett? Well done.
Thank you.
Well, at least we get to continue to partner with you in this, so thank you. If you had to leave us, you didn't go far. And that's a good thing. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Dr. Lovett has provided the report to each of us too, so I encourage you to take it home and spend a little time delving into the details. It is well done. Now, gang, we are running a little bit behind, but these have been important sessions this morning. So Dale and Dr. Denley and James, we are going to move through here about an hour's worth in 30 minutes. Can you do it? You gotta give them 15 minutes. Will you accept this challenge? You gotta give them 15 minutes. And Dale can get us off on the right foot. We are continuing new business with a finance reporting overview.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. I will be briefer than usual. I won't use the PowerPoint slides. Will not. Yeah, we won't need the slides. This is an item about the annual financial report, and it was included within your materials. Thank you, Regent Freeman. I could be quicker if it weren't for board members, Madam Chair. This is an item about the annual financial report. That 65-page report, including notes to financial statements, et cetera, is included within your board materials. So if you have questions on that report, please feel free to contact either myself or Renee Stewart. Most importantly, what I'd like to do is thank the institutional staff that prepare the financial reports for institutions, and then Renee Stewart and her team, Alicia Gillespie and Brooke Shelton, who essentially work through those statements, proof them, make sure that they're in the proper form, and then consolidate them for submission to you and to the board. So absent questions, Madam Chair, that would be the report on the annual financial report.
Anything from the board? Thank you. Well
I
done.
cede my time to my favorite Brit.
Oh. who's here to discuss the prevalence of poultry. As only Dr. Denley can say it.
All right, well, I will also try to be as quick as I can, although in many ways it's really very timely. Dr. Levitt's report really heightens the challenges that we've been facing for a number of years, and that, you know, that sort of EKG report that he gave us, as he said, these are sort of, if you go to almost any state in the nation and look at those numbers, that's roughly what those numbers look like. But what is, I think, unusual about what's been happening in this state is that we have a number of things that are already in place which are starting to impact those numbers. I'm actually really happy to be able to tell you that the 1 in 20 number is now already out of date, and it's now 1 in 10. Now, 1 in 10 is still 1 in 10, but 1 in 10 is a lot better than 1 in 20. So, well, good. Yeah, and so what I want to do is very quickly share with you work that has happened really over the last 3 months, which in many ways is about trying to pull together all of the things that we have been doing. Over the last 2 or 3 years, I've shared with you a number of initiatives which as a system we have put in place across both the 2-year and the 4-year schools, co-requisite remediation and academic focus areas and all of those kinds of things, and the impacts that those things have had. I think I shared at the last board meeting that is already paying dividends. So, for instance, our 3-year graduation rate has already gone up 40%. That's actually the almost 90% increase, which I just said for minority students. And in our 4-year schools, again, the 4-year graduation rate has already gone up 25%. So there's still much work to be done, but things are moving in the right direction. What we had at our most recent Completion Academy was a way for us to think about how to pull all of these things together to really create something which is a coherent whole as opposed to a lot of different initiatives. And that's the reason for the pumpkin pie. It was just before Thanksgiving. And really what we wanted to do was to help realize that there are a number of ingredients for student success which we have now identified as being crucial ingredients for student success. But I think it's the case that up until now we've thought of them as being the icing on the cake. And now we have realized that they aren't the icing on the cake, they are the cake. And so what we realized, what we focused on in that meeting was this idea of what we're now going to call a momentum year. And it will clearly grow into a momentum experience, but initially a momentum year. A first year for students that includes all of the ingredients for student success. And that was the focus of the Completion Academy, to really put all that in place. And these are what the ingredients are. So making a purposeful program choice. You've heard this several times today, that it's really important when students come to campus that they know, that they have a degree program that they're in. That was the addition of this new academic focus area idea. But more than just having a program, that they understand why it is that they're studying what they are, what their plans are, and begin to start to look ahead and make plans for what they're going to do with their degree. So making a purposeful program choice, creating a productive academic mindset. We now understand that a really crucial piece of students being successful is simply them understanding themselves as learners, that they really can be successful. And for many, many students, they simply come to campus and I love this phrase, the hidden curriculum. And for many students, that hidden curriculum is something which they simply, it's a mystery. And before we know it, they are no longer a learner, just really because of the way in which they engage with the institution. Attempting 9 hours in their focus area. This really ties both of these things together. If you thought that you chose a particular degree program, and then you don't end up studying anything that feels like that for some significant period of time, it starts to make you question why it is that you're even there and why it is that you're studying what you thought you were doing. And so creating that impetus by those students really believing that they're in that program from the beginning, and I think I shared last time, you get doublings of graduation rates by students changing the way in which they're arranging their curriculum. Completing their initial English and math. And we talked about this already today too. And this was actually the focus of we had 3 co-requisite academies, one around English, one around math, one around reading, exactly to focus on what are the best practices to help many more students complete that foundational reading, writing, and arithmetic kinds of parts of their curricula. Clearly, it is the case that with the new introduction of the co-requisite remediation, we've already seen very significant gains, 200-300% increases in students successfully completing those courses. So all of the seeds of this are happening, but it's a matter of bringing it together into a coherent whole. And the last is really the importance really only now becoming clear. We've known for a very long time that time is the enemy. The longer it takes somebody to complete a degree, the less likely that is to happen. But up until now, we've sort of thought about it along the same lines as the longer you wait for a bus, the more likely it is that one will happen, right? The longer it takes a student to graduate, the more likely it is that some significant life-changing event will come along and prevent it, and so then they don't. But there's some new research that, in partnership with the Community College Research Center that we've done, that suggests that actually the two identical students, one who begins taking 12 hours, one who begins taking 15, the one who takes 15 is 20 percentage points more likely to graduate. So they just the same preparation, same income level, same background, same everything, but that beginning experience changes dramatically in very important kinds of ways. So clearly it is the case that there are many students who simply, because they are working a full-time job or they have significant family obligations, all kinds of things, maybe taking 30 as a challenge, but taking a fuller schedule and ideally taking 30 hours in that first year, be it 12 and 6 in the summer. Some kind of way to enable that is really important. And then the final thing really is the challenge of the Completion Academy was to bake the cake or to create the pie. That these are the ingredients, but we're not saying do as many of these ingredients as you can. Wouldn't it be lovely if some of our students got to do these ingredients, but instead to intentionally create a first-year experience which in a coherent fashion arranges every student to be exposed to all of the ingredients in the pack. And so that was the challenge of the Completion Academy. It was extraordinarily well done. And so the plans from colleges to implement exactly this over the coming years are already coming in. So I congratulate them on that very hard work. And at least wanted to say some encouraging words about what Dr. Lovett has said, at least encouraging the fact that things are moving in the right direction. There's still much work to be done, but exactly the right ingredients are going into place. Happy to answer any questions.
Vice Chancellor, just thank you for the report, and the last report was also extremely good, but I'm just caught a little bit on what you said about that data, because that's virtually cutting that data half in two, and so yes. What's the difference in the sources or the timing, because it's really important, I think, for us, and Daryl, you were saying about getting data, we have to have the right data, we have to know what it really is. I mean, because that's a huge difference. So
it's about timing. It's exactly
okay.
Right. So and I can show you the sort of the longitudinal progression of that 3-year graduation rate. And that's in many ways why this is sort of exciting news. 3 years ago, when we began to put in place the GPS initiatives and the changes in the way that we focus on student success, we put that in place. Clearly, to impact 3-year graduation rates, you need 3 years. Here we are right at the edge of that 3 years, and the very latest 3-year graduation rate that we have is now substantially higher than last year's 3-year graduation rate and the years before's. It's also the case that if you look at our 6-year graduation rates, they also aren't impacted yet because the window is too tight. The things we've been doing don't change that yet. So it's an odd phenomenon, but our 3-year and 6-year graduation rates in the community colleges are basically the same.
So I guess, though, what I'm asking, I mean, is one of those like the Census Community Survey that's 3 years old, or yours just up-to-date yearly tracking? Or
I don't know if Ken's still here, but I'm pretty sure that the rates that he quoted in the report are IPED's graduation rates.
Okay.
So they're from last year's data, whereas the data that I'm telling you is literally hot off the press. This is our data from the minute.
I think what you're saying is that 2 days ago the stock was trading at $2. Today it's trading at $4. Both of you all are right.
That's right. Yeah. Effectively. Yeah.
But it was 1 in 20 at one point.
It was. and has been for a very long time. I mean, if you, that's the other thing, that you look back in history, it's
let's
this
not confuse the issue.
No,
Well,
no,
believe
no,
me,
no.
1 in 10 is bad enough.
Yeah, it's bad.
No,
but it was 1 in 20 for a period of time.
Yes.
And now it's 1 in 10.
Right.
The good thing is there's a good trend there, but 1 in 10 is still, if 1 in 10 is awful, it would probably be more awful if I hadn't heard 1 in 20.
Mm-hmm.
It would be, it would be.
Right, and the exactly the other.
If you told me 1 in 10, and then they went to 1 in 5, I would still have the same.
Well, and the
feeling.
other thing, so the things to think about so I completely agree, and the things to think about it look like this: that if you look at our historical trend, that this 1 in 20 number has been 1 in 20 for a very long time,
Wow.
and now suddenly we see a spike. I see a spike that goes up to 1 in 10. That spike doesn't contain, for instance, anything about co-requisite remediation. That just went in last year.
Oh, wow.
So that 1 in 10 number doesn't contain the effect of that increase. Doesn't contain the effect of the changes that we have for academic focus areas. So gradually, year by year by year, as we've been putting in these large-scale changes, we will feel the effects of those changes on these graduation rates. So we should expect it to be the case that 1 in 10 turns into 1 in something smaller year by year by year by year. But it has to take time to affect.
So how will you, with the new boards, how would you continue to push this knowledge, this concept out to the universities now that the four-year universities are not won't be a part of the Board of Regents? But how do we keep this momentum going?
So we have actually, I think we've shared with the board before that we have for the last 2 or 3 years gone on institutional briefing meetings, gone to each campus. We are currently doing that with the 9 universities. And as part of that conversation, we've had discussions about how in the future we will continue the kinds of collaboration that we've had in the past. That collaboration is sort of twofold, right? On the one hand, it's things that we were able to work on together cumulatively. There is a hunger for that kind of work to still continue, and we have discussions about creating venues for that to happen. But also, it is also the case that we've been able to create events like the completion academies and events like that to bring teams from campuses in many ways to invest in those teams for that campus. And again, there is also significant hunger for that work to continue, and we will certainly be happy to do that.
So you showed a picture of a pumpkin pie.
I did.
And a bunch of ingredients. So yeah, that. So how do you?
It's a good recipe too, actually.
It's a good recipe.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that all of the four-year institutions have the ingredients for the pumpkin pie? You follow what I'm saying? How do you make sure that when a student shows up on campus, black or white, rich or poor, that they get the ingredients for the pumpkin pie? The 15 hours you need to take.
Right.
You need to experience hours in your major so you'll know, you can feel what your major's like. How do you ensure that on all the college campuses?
So what we've asked is for each campus to give us, and what we did, we gave them an implementation template. So and I can be happy to share that, which goes through the particular ingredients, and we asked them, how do you intend to implement this on your campus? What are you planning to do? And clearly it's not something which is going to happen tomorrow, but what are you intending to put in place, and how are you intending to sort of tie all this together as a coherent experience? So those templates are, the final versions of those are now being developed, and then we will have those actually, I believe it's the end of next week that they'll be with us. So I'll, of course, be happy to share that.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I mean,
But you're exactly right. Without having sort of a definitive implementation plan, it's, well, that's an interesting idea. Now let's go on to something else.
it would be cool if it became policy on campus.
Well, I believe it to be the case that you're going to sit on one of the boards of trustees, and so it may be that.
I can't speak for them yet.
Well, I agree. Any other questions? Yes, sir. So there is such a plan. Actually, I was at a SCORE meeting this morning, and there was a presentation made by the Department of Ed. I know Commissioner McQueen has worked very hard over the last couple of years to actually create a new kind of strategic plan in K-12, where actually the focus is somewhat different. To really make sure that when students graduate from K-12 that they really are definitively prepared for college and workforce. So there is a very, this is clearly the fruit of a long journey of work that's happened in K-12 probably over the last decade, but there is now a very renewed focus to make sure that when students graduate from high school that they really are and will continue to be prepared to be successful in higher education. And certainly the interim numbers that we have right now are very encouraging. It's now the case that I believe this, I'm going to try hard to get these numbers right, but something like this is true, and you'll forgive me if the numbers aren't exactly right. I think our fourth grade numbers, we've moved from being 41st, I think, in the nation to 19th. In math and science, I think we've moved to being in the 40s to being in the early 20s. So there are very significant gains that are happening in Tennessee K-12 education, which clearly higher education will be the beneficiary of. And I heard them say this morning that the goal is not to be the best of the bottom half. So the fact that there are these significant gains that have happened is not the end goal. The work still continues. Yes, that's exactly right. And yeah, and we have also seen that, again, a steep and quick decline. So even over the last 2 or 3 years, we've seen a good 20% decrease in the proportions of students needing remediation when they come to us, largely because of sales, but also because of changes in education in K-12. Yeah.
Those that aren't prepared maybe need to, during the summer, go to a certain lab in math or whatever their weakness is to prepare them.
Well, and we actually have those programs in place. So Dyersburg State, for instance, has a very effective summer bridge program where students can literally begin, I believe, maybe even the last May and March. Yeah, I know. I was looking exactly for you, so you make sure I get it right. So, so students really begin as early as March, and then work all through the summer to make sure that they're in fine fettle when they actually begin there in the fall. So exactly.
And then lastly, we've got a drive to 55. We've got a date. Seems like the K through 12 would have some estimated date for achieving the goal of preparedness for higher education.
That I can't speak to. I don't know that I'd remember their plan in that detail, but it's a good plan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for Dr. Denley? Tristan, well done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Kind of makes everybody want to go home and make another pumpkin pie after Thanksgiving. James.
Quickly, you have this report in your
Yes.
handout, but I want to make you aware that we survey students and employers each year and we use this data in a lot of different ways, but it makes us better at the end of the day. And I want to applaud Dr. Lynn Goodman for working with campuses to improve the response rate, and that I think we're about 80% response rate for the students right now in this. A couple of things I want to note. Over the last few years with the LEAP grants and the equipment allocations, the alumni rated equipment and hands-on experience up about 10% in the good and excellent category over the last few years. And you know, we hear so much about worker characteristics. The worker attitude rated by employers was up 5% in the excellent category. So I think we're making some headway in that area as well. You know, when you look at it, just sum it up briefly, The alumni rated preparation for employment satisfactory or above in 97% of the responses, with 80% of that being good or excellent. And employers rated student performance satisfactory or above in 95% of the responses, with about 80% being good or excellent. And with an 87% completion rate placement rate in related fields. So I think it's a good report, but we gained a lot from this information. So, do you have any questions?
Any questions? Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ginger Hauser will deliver our annual private fundraising report.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
And I will call your attention, I think you have a 4-page report that is at your table, and it says Tennessee Board of Regents 2016 Philanthropy Report, and that's what is in front of you. I have reduced my script to keep us on time. I will call your attention to just a few charts. Oh, do we not have
Ginger,
it?
I'm not sure we have that, so.
Okay, so I will start talking, and Sandra will hand them out. The report this year is a little different because for the first time, we have some TCAT information. And I'll go ahead and talk about that while Sandra's getting the rest of it handed out. Is usually what we use to put this together is called the Voluntary Support for Education Report. It is sent to a national organization. Our universities complete that and our community colleges complete that. But our TCATs have not. So as a result, we haven't presented any information to you before. There is a singular foundation for the TCATs, and 22 of the 27 TCATs participate in that one foundation. This past year, 10 of them raised money, and they raised about $195,000 this year, and they have a balance of over $800,000 in their endowment account, their foundation account, and it's now being handed out. The TCATs in particular primarily spend their money on the car that you always get to meet the outstanding student of the year, and she or he wins a car, so they use that private fundraising money to purchase that car, and most of the remaining money that they raise every year is given in scholarships. And two particular foundations, I know James already mentioned the Haas Foundation earlier. They are a regular giver and the #1 giver of foundations. The Alcoa Foundation is also a significant giver to the TCATs. And when James and I were talking about the preparation and including some of their information this year, they are beginning to look at how to make their foundation more significant, how to train some of their TCAT directors and staff on how to do fundraising. I think James feels that this is a growing, important role at the TCATs, and they're looking at reconstituting their foundation board to include more outside folks on it. And I think more to come on that in the years ahead. The charts on page 2 and 3, I will just call your attention to. It breaks down the annual average, and we use 3 years worth of data to show you how much annually the institutions are raising. Again, in universities, University of Memphis tends to win, and if this is a competition, they tend to have a healthier fundraising sort of pattern of how much they raise. Their endowment is also the largest. Their endowment also represents the highest proportion when you compare it to their expenditures. Their endowment is worth about 51% of their annual expenditure. You also see a chart with the community colleges, and it varies quite a bit how much community colleges raise annually. And I told Karen that I would mention to you again that Dyersburg, just like last year, is the #1 in the amount of money that they raised. Walter State has the largest foundation, or the largest endowment of $11 million, which is very healthy and significant in our community colleges. So with that, I will just answer any questions now that you have that before you.
Questions from the team?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll look forward to reading this in more detail. Good job. Thank you all. All right, team, 221, you did it. and we got through some important information. So also underscores, I think, and thanks to the staff, the read aheads rather, are so helpful to us on this reporting. So thank you for all the work that goes into those. I want to move into new business now with one small change, and I'd like to move what would have been our final action item up to the first, because folks have busy schedules, and we're just glad he's here, so we can honor him this afternoon. And with that, I'd like to call on Regent Parker Smith to present a resolution of appreciation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. It is indeed my honor and pleasure this afternoon to deliver a resolution of appreciation for the service of Regent Darrell S. Freeman to the Tennessee Board of Regents. Whereas Darrell Freeman was appointed by Governor Bill Haslam to represent the 7th Congressional District on September the 10th, 2012, to serve the remainder of an unexpired term on the Board of Regents, and whereas Regent Freeman contributed greatly while serving as a member on the Committee on Personnel and Compensation, Committee on Finance, and the Committee on Audit, and whereas a member of the Personnel and Compensation Committee, Regent Freeman not only promoted numerous policy changes, but also advocated for compensation improvements for faculty and staff, supported revisions of institution compensation plans, sponsored new compensation plans and their implementation for the presidents, directors, executives, and system office staff. And whereas, as a member of the Committee on Finance, Regent Freeman always kept his fiduciary responsibility and the success of the students at the forefront when considering tuition and fee recommendations, approval of budgets, and policy changes regarding the financial impacts of the system. And whereas, believing that one of the most important responsibilities of a regent is to hire devoted and compassionate leaders for our institutions, he faithfully devoted time and interest during his tenure serving on the search committee for a new president of Austin Peay State University. And whereas Regent Freeman, in his position as a business leader within the Middle Tennessee area, continuously promoted strong business relationships with our institutions and the communities that they serve. And whereas Regent Freeman earned his bachelor's and master's degrees at Middle Tennessee State University and publicly attributed his success in business to his years at MTSU, including the professors and friends he met there. And whereas his master's thesis in industrial services established a computer interface between the digital clock outside MTSU's Voorhees Engineering Technology Building and the National Time Signal radio station in Colorado that keeps the clock accurate at all times. And whereas Regent Freeman has said that what he learned at MTSU is, and I quote, that we all have unlimited potential, and that lesson changed his life. And whereas at the age of 26, he started his own computer hardware sales and service business, Zycron, and I quote, in an office the size of a closet, that by 1994 was on the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce's Music City Future 50 list of rapidly growing companies. And whereas this year, Zycron is celebrating its 25th anniversary as an information technology consulting and outsourcing company with an international footprint with nearly 400 employees and a new 11,300 square foot headquarters facility. And whereas during that span, Regent Freeman has led Zycron to earn numerous local, state, and national awards for its quality service and charitable endeavors, including the Nashville Business Journal's Best in Business Award and Black Enterprise Magazine's nation's 100 largest black business list. And whereas Regent Freeman's personal philosophy is stated as the following, it's incumbent on all of us who have had some success to be part of the community, to help it grow and be better. That in every community there are people who are suffering and there are kids who need better access to an education, and if you are a business person, you should go back and help. And whereas he put his personal philosophy to work during his 2 terms as chairman of the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce, where he turned the chamber's focus to improving education because education cures the ills of any community. As a leader of 100 Black Men of Middle Tennessee, where he rolled up his sleeves to help young people, and as an entrepreneur who donated computers to public schools and scholarships to deserving students. And whereas Regent Freeman's commitment to his city and state is further evidenced by his service on the boards or as an active member of Centennial Medical Center, Stonecrest Medical Center, the Nashville Community Foundation, the Nashville Downtown Rotary Club, the Federal Reserve Advisory Board, the African American Museum of Music, Art, and Culture, and the Nashville Broadband Task Force. And whereas, in addition to his business, charitable, and civic activities, Regent Freeman is a well-rounded person who has said his favorite pastimes include spending time with his wife, Gloria, and their 4 children. He enjoys studying history, playing golf, and is an avid runner who has completed numerous marathons, half marathons, and worldwide Ironman competitions. He is an instrument-rated pilot who volunteers as a pilot for Angel Flight, an organization providing free air transportation for charitable and medical needs. And whereas Regent Freeman is a civic-minded, public-spirited individual with great wisdom who faithfully committed himself to the welfare of the State University and college system of Tennessee and Tennessee higher education in general, and now therefore be it resolved that the Tennessee Board of Regents expresses its sincerest appreciation to Regent Darrell S. Freeman for his years of service rendered and leadership afforded to the Tennessee Board of Regents system. And if I might add a personal note, in the 3 years that I've been on the board, I've served on those committees with Darrell, and I can tell you, as you heard here and as you've experienced in our meetings, he is highly engaged. He asks lots of questions that make us all think, and he is passionate about what he does. So we're truly indebted to your service, and it's been a pleasure for me, and I know the rest of the board to serve with you. So thank you. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Are you offering that in the form of a motion?
Yeah, I am offering that as a motion.
And I need a second?
Second.
Thank you. A unanimous second, we'll call it. Any further discussion? Regent Varlin.
I just wondered if there was one area that was left out, and that was having broken all previous records for the most questions asked by a regent in our system, because, I mean, I think you should be recognized for that. You've really taught all of us that it is important to get down there and get the questions asked. So congratulations, Darrell. You've been a wonderful friend and colleague. We appreciate everything you brought with you on this board. Thank you.
Regent Thomas?
Yes, at Regent Freeman's first meeting, I said, "What are we in for?" And believe me, we were in for a wonderful board member, and you've done a great job.
Hear, hear. So, I'm going to assign the what's the opportunity question to someone on this board each meeting, just so your legacy question, just so we don't neglect it. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? That was close. All right, my friend, thank you. We've got a little something for you. He's going to have to scoot out in a little bit, so that's why we moved it up a bit. But that was fun. That was fun to do.
I've got some more questions.
Oh, that's right. Exactly. You can break your own record before you go this afternoon. Darrell, thank you for everything. And to our friends at MTSU, he's all yours. Oh, He said to me earlier, I was saying though how sorry we were to see him go, and he said, but for me, this is like going home. So, is there anything you'd like to add, Regent Freeman, I should ask?
You know, I just want to say that, when you grow up poor, you never forget that. And when you find something that changes your circumstance, which is education, you never forget that. And so every day when I get up, I think about the folks in our communities that are the least of these and how we can get education to them. And so this job as being a member of the Board of Regents, I've taken it very personal because I know that we can make a difference. I know that the community colleges can make a difference, the TCAS, the universities can make a difference. So let's continue to make a difference. Let's move that number from 1 in 10 to 100% graduation rate for everybody. And imagine what this place could be like if we did that and when we do that. So thank you for allowing me to serve the state, and thanks for allowing me to be on the Board of Regents with this fantastic group of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for making us a better board. Very well said. That was lovely. We are moving back to new business at this point, and I will call on Vice Chancellor Sims, who is coming with our October revised budget.
Madam Chair, since you've passed the resolution with Regent Freeman, do I have to answer questions he asked?
Yes,
Now,
for as long as he's in that chair.
I was just wanted to make sure. Madam Chair and members, what you all have before you is October 31st, 2016 revised budgets. As a reminder, we go through several budget cycles a year. This one is our second cycle of the year. Why do we go through a second cycle? The revised budget allows us to account for changes in enrollment that weren't envisioned when the budgets were approved in June. The original budget was approved in June. Also grant activity and additional information in terms of state funding and other revenue sources. The slide that is in front of you is a reconciliation of the state appropriation the system received. Things of note on this, the formula outcome funding, $35 million. That is the portion of the $50 million or so that the governor recommended. That is the portion to the Board of Regents. The shared services funding of $28.7 million is non-recurring money, so that is money that will be in our budget for this year. We will receive it in and reserve it for that project. So this time next year, you'll be seeing an adjustment taking that money out of our budget, so to speak, in this reconciliation. Unless there are questions on that, revenues and expenditures. The top line there, state appropriations, a 10% increase. Now that is about half of that is accounted for in our outcome funding increase, and half of it is that non-recurring amount for the shared services initiative. You can see maintenance fees, tuition, et cetera, pretty moderate or modest increases there in terms of total revenue. Again, I should probably say these are comparisons to the same budget cycle last year, so you're seeing kind of apples to apples comparisons here. The thing to note probably is that auxiliary revenue number that is largely accounted for through changes in dining rates and housing rates, et cetera, that were implemented as part of this year's budget. Total all in then revenue about $2.99 billion. We're just a shade under $3 billion versus $2.9 billion last year. In terms of how we use the money, unrestricted E&G expenditures, looking at the functional breakdown, instruction continues to be, that we don't have the percentages there, but instruction still is 50% or so of what we spend. So direct instructional expense to students. Research, you'll see that there's in the percentage terms, there's a pretty significant change there. Dollars about $4.9 million. That is largely adjustments at University of Memphis accounting for faculty time that is now being allocated to research activity versus other activities. There's also research adjustments at TSU where we're recognizing revenue they have to support their research function. Operation and maintenance, a 4% increase there, again about $8.5 million across the system. largely driven by utility expense. Madam Chair, unless there are questions about that, I don't want to move through this too rapidly, but rapidly enough. The next slide, by classification of expense, over 70% of what we spend is on human capital. We're like a bank. Our capital walks out the door every night. So as you can tell, most of our spend is right at $1.5 billion in terms of salaries and benefits. 3% increases there over the same period of last year, which is in line with essentially the salary adjustments that the board authorized as part of your budget approval in June. Operating expenses, again, are up about $18 million. Excuse me. In equipment, this is capital outlay. That includes smaller equipment purchases. So again, about a 3% E&G increase year over year. Next slide is a little bit of a high-level summary then. The $2.098 billion in fiscal 16-17 is reflected, it comes from the charts that you had just looked at. Auxiliary, about $92 million of expense, again about a 9% increase, again reflecting our primarily at universities' housing and dining operations. Restricted revenues down slightly. These are revenues that come to the system where the donor, the external source, has restricted the use of those monies. That is largely comes to us in terms of financial aid and research grant type funding. And then a $23 million increase in transfers, basically from unrestricted E&G. We'll look at that next. This table, Renee Stewart does her best, but I am slow. This is a chart that tries to reflect transfers from our unrestricted E&G budget into other accounts. So retirement of indebtedness, you can see about $67.8 million moving from our operating fund, basically to a reserve for payment of indebtedness. Unexpended plant, kind of a pretty significant adjustment there. Although in the scheme of a $3 billion or $2.5 billion budget, not a big adjustment there. Unexpended plant, again, being a separate plant fund that we use to accomplish certain capital spending on campuses. That probably is a result of what you'll see as a shift to allocations to renewal and replacement. This is where we're accumulating dollars to replace equipment. We see a pretty significant increase there. And the other items are not material in the scheme of things. So again, this reflects that transfer activity. In terms of money coming in and money coming out, are we operating on a balanced budget? Would first note that top number, $347 million in a beginning fund balance. That includes essentially money that was in last year's budget in the year ended June 30 of 16, where we underexpended budgets, and those monies then flow into our unrestricted fund balances. When you look at the next group there, unrestricted E&G spending, $117 million of spending over the revenues available. That's largely accounted for through spending down of this balance, the carry forwards from last year. So in other words, we had savings in last year's budget that we carried forward as part of our fund balance in order to spend on items in the current year. Auxiliaries basically operating on a break-even basis. So in total, $2.2 billion in revenues, right at $2.2 billion in expense, $124 million in transfers. Results in a spend down of balances of unrestricted fund balance of about $119 million. If this plan worked perfectly, we would finish the year with a little over $228 million in unrestricted balance at the end of the year. Should probably note, these are authorizations to spend. This does not mean that we will spend every dollar that's allocated here. It's essentially authorization to spend up to those amounts. Madam Chair, members, this is the last chart. It basically summarizes the 33 pages that were in your board material of details of institutional budgets that you've had. It summarizes the charts that have been presented so far, and this is the action that we're recommending. Unrestricted E&G expenditure budget of $2.1 billion, restricted expenditures right at $800 million, auxiliaries 92 million, and total transfers of 124 for 3.1 billion in total. Authorized positions are reflected there as well in terms of both unrestricted and restricted. Madam Chair, this, before I answer questions that members might have, this does require a roll call vote. Again, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the institutional staffs who work in a pretty tight time frame to submit these, and again, Renee Stewart and her team for pulling all this together in a fashion to present to the board. With that, Madam Chair, I'll be glad to answer questions members might have.
Questions, comments? We do need a motion to approve. Thank you, Regent Griscom. A second?
Second.
Regent Thomas, thank you very much. Any further discussion? If not, Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Regent Apple. Aye. Regent Fitzner.
Aye.
Regent Griscom. Aye. Regent Markham. Aye. Regent Prescott. Aye. Regent Reynolds. Aye. Regent Roddy. Regent Shockey. Aye. Regent Smith. Aye. Regent Sperling.
Aye.
Regent Thomas. Aye. Regent Varlin. Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor Sims.
I think I've got the next item, Madam Chair. Or
Either you or the Chancellor.
I'll take it,
Okay,
Madam
thank
Chairman.
you.
I'm going to ask if we could to defer this item. It may come back to us in March, or it may be an item for the new ETSU board. But suffice it to say, this is the sort of part of the thinking that all university presidents are doing around catchment areas and the new way of thinking about what is their service areas, as Dr. Oldham kind of alluded to during our discussion. So for now, I'm going to ask that this item be deferred. We may see it again at a future board meeting.
Any questions? Thank you, Chancellor. And we are back to Vice Chancellor Sims on an out-of-cycle salary increase request.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I need to apologize twice. Number one, for getting ahead of the schedule here.
No.
But number two, this is an item, the board recalls that in 2012, you approved the compensation plan for various groups, including system office staff and executive leadership, including university and community college presidents and TCAT directors. One of the factors in the university president's compensation plan is Carnegie class. What is the Carnegie classification of the institution? That is one of the factors that we use. Late in 2015, I think about this time in 2015, we were made aware that Tennessee Tech's Carnegie classification was changing, was moving upwards from a master's large institution to doctoral. Your Vice Chancellor's memory not being what it probably should be, between December and the board work in September on salaries, forgot that had occurred. We should have presented a salary adjustment for the president at Tennessee Tech at that point in time. It would have come to you just as normal operation of our compensation plan. So this item is before you out of cycle, recommending a salary adjustment as outlined within the transmittal to keep the Tennessee Tech president on the compensation plan as adopted by the board in 2012. With that, Madam Chair, I'll answer questions members might have.
Regent Apple.
Aye.
Regent Fitzner.
Aye.
Regent Griscom. Aye. Regent Markham. Aye. Regent Prescott. Aye. Regent Reynolds. Aye. Regent Shockey. Aye. Regent Smith. Aye. Regent Sperling.
Aye.
Regent Thomas.
Aye.
Regent Varlin. Aye. Regent Roddy. Aye. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dale, once again. Ginger Hauser is going to talk to us about our initiative for the General Assembly this coming January.
Thank you, Madam Vice
Thank you.
Chair. Each December, we come to you to propose what will be our legislative agenda and ask you to adopt that. And frankly, those are my marching orders. I call it my offensive strategy. Everything else is defense. But you are here to be my coach to help me figure out what my offensive strategy is going to be this year. And let's go to the next slide. As always, our number one priority is full funding of the recommendations that the Higher Ed Commission made just week before last for our system. And if you can read it with those colors, we weren't quite sure it would show up. We've been battling with this. The good news is there is a $31.7 million increase in our outcome formula funding recommendations. And that ranges, as you well know, with an outcome-based funding formula, depending on the institution. For universities, the range is about 2.9% increase for MTSU, up to sort of the high this year for universities, which is Austin P at 6.6% increase. For our community colleges, that recommended operational increase averages 0.6% at Southwest to a high of 10% increase in operational funding for Nashville State Community College. For the TCATs, there is no difference depending on the different institutions. It is a flat 7% increase in their operational budget. It is worth noting, and this came up at the commission meeting, the question was asked if that included the salary, any proposed salary increase. And at this time, this recommendation includes, unless the governor does something different in his budget, this includes an anticipated salary actions that the institutions would take. The other good news in our budget recommendation is THEC has recommended fully funding the $8 million increase to implement fully the safety and security recommendations that your boards had a very full presentation and discussion at a previous board meeting. And just as a reminder of what that $8.9 million is, it will include funding to hire a system office safety and security director. It will also basically create a pool of money to allow each TCAT to have a security officer, and also make sure that each of the community colleges have a ratio of 625 students for every one officer to make sure there is a minimum standard of safety and security staffing. In addition, the big amount is $6 million for locks and those bars right there on those doors for academic buildings. And the intention, as you remember from the discussion, is in the case of emergency to be able to basically lock yourself in for safety. The last couple items that $8.9 million will fund is a software investment for behavioral health intervention teams. And this is really a defensive strategy to identify students and maybe staff that may be exhibiting unusual behavior and be able to track them and keep up with their services and their behavior to hopefully eliminate further violent action on a campus. And the last thing is a TCAT investment. Some of the shops, because of noise and other factors, can't get a text update in the case of an emergency. So this will allow the investment in screens similar to this, so that if you're in a welding shop, you don't have your cell phone with you, there is some sort of flashing visual to tell you that there's an emergency. So I think it's really exciting that THEC heard us, and we know that Director Krause heard that presentation and has recommended full funding of that $8.9 million. There is a 6.1% operational increase recommended for the board system office. That is about $350,000. THEC has also recommended $18 million in the TSAC budget, and this is basically will fund an additional 10,000 needy students to get need-based aid. It still doesn't fully fund all the students that have need, but it goes a long way to making a dent in that. And the last item that THEC recommended that I thought was worth the board just knowing about is they recommended, for the first time, creating basically a pool of money. Not sure how, if this is funded, how it will work, but to be able to have an emergency fund so that if a student is at risk of stopping out or dropping out because of a financial reason, there's a pool of money to be able to reach out to that student and say, you just need $50 for your books, don't drop out, here it is, stay in school. And I think that is a great thing that they've done. If all of those things are funded, THEC is recommending a 0 to 4% tuition increase. And as you know, this will be the first year that that recommended range will be mandatory if funded. All right, next slide. So In addition to operating, there is, as you know, the THEC recommendation for capital. And the next two slides actually show what will be our list. This is a large recommendation of $191 million. That is more than we received last year. And let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And it includes all the way down to 12 projects this year to the TCAT statewide, sort of phase 2 of that project. All right, let's go to the next slide. The THEC capital recommendations is also significant compared to what we received last year. Last year we received about $45 million in capital maintenance money. This year's recommendation is more than double that. It's $101 million and 0.7 for TBR. Doesn't mean we'll get all of it, but it's a healthy recommendation. And that will fund 72 projects on our campuses if funded. So we will ask you to support that recommendation and to support Director Krause in any way I can in the legislature. Next slide. I'm also asking you today to take some policy positions on different things. I'm sorry, yes?
May I just make a couple of comments before we move into policy, just to kind of show the board that I think we are synced up with the recommendations of the Higher Education Commission, and the recommendations are fairly close to what we saw last year in terms of outcomes-based funding formula. As we think about it as a board, we talk a lot about the production of outcomes and funding the outcomes. So this represents the funding of the outcomes, and so it's important that the good work of the institutions gets acknowledged each year as you see the recommendations coming forward. Thanks to the Vice Chair who showed up the day of the budget hearing with the Governor and provided support here from the Regents. But just wanted to kind of give you the sense that our recommendations are synced up with the Commission's recommendations, which we think are the kinds of recommendations the Governor wanted to see from the Commission. And thanks to this board also for the emphasis you put a year or so ago on the safety and security of our institutions. I can tell you this is a top of mind issue for our directors and our presidents, many of which have already taken some preemptive steps on the issue of safety. Just to remind you, if this $8.9 million is funded, it will be shared between universities, community colleges, and the TCATs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. And to that end, the first policy position I wanted to discuss with you is really the potential for a cleanup of last year's bill that allowed faculty and staff the authority and ability to carry weapons, guns on campus. As we have begun implementing that law, and Mary Moody has gone around to some of the campuses and discussed that and worked with the subcouncils on how we implement that new law. There have been a couple of challenges that we have seen in implementation. And the first is really around TCAT directors. And based on the laws it passed, the TCAT directors do not have the ability to find out who is authorized to legally carry on their campus. And it deals with a piece of the law that you can't supervise anyone to get the list, and all the employees actually report to the director. We would like, if it's possible, to be able to allow those TCAT directors to have a copy of that list so that they have a sense in an emergency who's authorized to have a gun and who is not. The other issue in implementation that we found that came up is that we had a couple of law enforcement agencies at the local level that refused to give the list to the campus or to us. And we would like to both continue to work with those law enforcement agencies, but if needed, maybe do a little cleanup in the statute. I'll be working with Mary and sort of the political reality to see if we can clean that up without opening the statute to things that maybe we don't want to happen. The other cleanup that we're working with the Higher Education Commission and the administration on is really a couple of things in the Focus Act. We have had some meetings with the commission really looking at areas that weren't addressed in the Focus Act or may need clarification. And I think what we are sort of charged to do is in particular draft a piece of legislation that will deal with how the faculty and student member of this board are selected. That didn't get changed in the Focus Act, so we think going forward it probably doesn't make a lot of sense for the student or faculty member to be from a university, that it should probably be coming from a community college or one of the TCATs. And we would like the ability to clean that up this year. The Higher Ed Commission have sort of given us the nod to do that. I think the other two things they're looking at with the administration is the issue of audit that I know some of you have had a great deal of discussion around, and that role going forward, and 4.3b in the management of those investment accounts. So we'd like to do a little tweaking with Focus this year to just handle those issues. Next slide. Now to the big one. So we anticipate that there will be legislation, much like the faculty and staff carry bill, that will allow our students who have carry permits to be able to carry weapons and guns on campus. What I'm asking you today is to basically take the position that you all have taken the last few years to oppose an expansion of guns on campus by folks that are not law enforcement. And you've heard the Safety and Security Task Force report. I thought it would be helpful to, let's go to the next slide, to give you a sense of where we stand nationally. If you look at this chart, 2 years ago, you can see Tennessee is red right there, surrounded by things that are not red. Red is basically the most permissive right now as far as state law allowing concealed guns on campus. Just 3 years ago, we would have been green. And green is in fact the most restrictive law. So just 3 years ago, it was against the law and actually a crime to have a weapon on campus. So in just 3 short years, we've gone from the most restrictive to the least restrictive. And I thought that as you were discussing your policy position on this might be helpful to just understand where we are in the national landscape. So even in the South, we are now more permissive statutorily allowing concealed weapons on our campus than other southern states. Next slide. I also wanted to just remind you, because I thought this might be relevant to your discussions, about what our faculty and staff said about April last year when we surveyed them on safety and security. And particularly I put in red what their top 3 personal safety concerns were. Is really it is surrounding their physical safety and being attacked potentially with a weapon or a gun, or being a victim of an active shooter. So this is a real concern that they have on campuses that I thought is worth just reminding you as you discuss what your policy position will be on this. Next slide. I might just stop here and just say, are there any questions on that issue?
Yeah.
Yes.
To your map, do you know how many states allow students to carry on campus today?
And that map does not distinguish between students and faculty.
So I'm assuming
Texas,
okay.
Texas, Colorado, and I think the red states and not us are the ones that allow students.
Okay.
I think, I'm not sure about Idaho, but I think it's Utah, Colorado, Texas, and maybe Idaho. Texas allowed the campuses to do some kind of tweaking in their policy to identify places where they can't carry. So there are some limits in Texas.
The other thing we talked about was at least sitting down and trying to pull together data that said, let's look at where we are right now, what has been the impact on our campuses, by the step we've already taken, and to spend time, really assessing what's been the result, or is there any data that supports its improved safety on campus or anything like that, to try to see if we can come in and say, before we take this next step, and this map to me is kind of interesting, saying, we've sort of jumped ahead of everybody, why don't we spend a little time and understand what the impact already is with what we did. And I think part of it ought to be also how on our campuses, the campuses have felt about it, and how that's worked. To, I just hope that we're able to try and not, I know once this gets ahead of steam, what happens? But it'd be great if we could at least come in and say, let's really understand what the implications been, what the impact's been, what it's provided. Has it made a campus more secure? Have there been any incidents that have come up that we need to worry about? Things like that, to at least Ginger hopefully have something that allows them to say, let's learn before we take that next step.
And I do think that survey was very telling for us. First and foremost, that students, faculty, and staff feel safe. And I think overall, they feel safe. They feel like they're going to a place to work every day or to study, and it's a safe environment. And I think that is something for us to remember. And in the report is that, in fact, our campuses are safer than the communities around them. And I think this is part of the result of legislation that changed. Faculty and staff now feel personally, because they know folks are carrying weapons that are not law enforcement, that they're more personally at risk than they used to be. And I think those are very telling for what the temperature is on campus. Right. And as we know, how we react is often how we feel. What our perception of safety is will change a faculty member's behavior in a classroom, or a financial aid director telling somebody that they didn't get their financial aid, and that they're not going to get that financial aid check. Those are the kind of decisions that staff and faculty are having to make. And I think maybe approach it a little differently right now, and I think would certainly approach it differently if they know a student might be carrying a weapon as well. But I'll do my best to do some of that due diligence going forward.
Right. And as well as you do, and the chancellor who has served in this role too in the past, I would hope that as you put this together and we have the outreach, we all know that the best way to reach that member is not just from the top down, it's from the bottom coming up. So that our institutions, if they feel this way, are so inclined, and some of our faculty and student members on those campuses, on their own, so it's not a concerted effort or something that we build, but that they will talk to their individual members that way. So it's from the community base that they're hearing it. They know what we're going to say. They know how we're going to feel. But I hope that our communities where we're located, because we're spread out all across the state, that if our institutions feel the same way, which I'm pretty sure they do, that they're encouraged to do that direct outreach as well.
And I agree with your strategy. When I looked at Vice Chancellor Sims' presentation, and I looked at the more than 18,000 employees, I thought that's a potential of 18,000 advocates reaching out to legislators. And I would love it to have 18,000 emails going to them going forward. Yes?
Don't most of our campuses have security forces?
All of our...
And if they do, oh, you're just talking about TCATs.
So all of our...
Oh, okay. But, I remember during a previous meeting at Tennessee State, they have a security force. And if most of our, I was speaking of universities when that's what I'm addressing, that's why you have a security force. And, if officers come on campus and there's a good guy and a bad guy, how do they know one from the other?
And in that comment, CLIA is the national organization for police chiefs. And basically that's been their formal statement, is that their concern is that they end up injuring someone in an incident that has a weapon, because they can't tell who's the good guy and the bad guy, and our police chiefs have reiterated that risk as well.
But a college campus with a security force, hopefully would know the difference. You know, they would see the student, you know, or the non-student on campus. And I also would ask if we got input from the parent of the freshman student, for example, the impact of this to parents, as well as did we get input from students?
We did do a safety and security survey with the students. The parents, we have not at the system office. I don't know if campuses have particularly done anything on their own, done anything outreach directly with parents or not.
Well, and before we go to Regent Prescott, I remember anecdotally our then Memphis police chief saying that at new student orientation, the bulk of his time is spent with parents, you know, talking to them about campus safety and security. So again, it may be done on an individual campus basis, but clearly we're hearing that concern from parents. So good question.
Thanks.
Regent Prescott, did you?
Ginger, on your survey, was that pre or post faculty being allowed to have guns on campus?
So it was done in April of this year. So I'm trying to think of when the actual piece of legislation passed. I think the piece of legislation had passed. It had not had its effective date yet, so its effective date would have been July, but the legislation would have passed. So faculty and staff would have known it's coming.
So I guess what I'd say about that is that and I don't know how to interpret it, but it could be interpreted that faculty and students feel safe because faculty are now going to be able to have guns on campus. I mean, sometimes a piece of information that we think is very clear is not as clear as we might think. So I think part of the question when we were when Regent Grissom was talking about the effect, I think, and it's probably we haven't had an opportunity to look at that, but what is the sense now that faculty are able to carry a weapon if they are permitted to do so? I mean, I think that, I'm not sure that is totally clear because, you know, you could say, well, it may be the result of that. It's just a comment.
Ginger, before you answer, Regent Pfister may have some insight into that, and I think you've spoken to this very well before.
Thank you. I'll try to live up to that standard again. I have spoken with or communicated with a number of faculty from across our system. I've also spoken with faculty at University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and universally, I've spoken with students at Philanthropy State, which is my home institution, as well as the student governance or the COSA at our school there. Among faculty, it's universal. With faculty and staff carrying, people feel less safe. There is a decided difference, and this came about during a town hall meeting at UTK that I attended. There is a decided difference between being able to safely handle a firearm, being trained to do so, and being able to react to a crisis situation. And while the legislation does include a recommendation of crisis training, apparently, it is not a requirement. So when I presented this information to our student government at Philanthropy State, the reaction was horror, primarily. So if we are wondering about a lot of our faculty and staff's opinion, and certainly a number of our students, they feel less safe because of this change. Now, that is not to say that at UTK, there is not a body of students, a number of students who are advocating for this very change. I heard from some of them at that same diversity hall, town hall meeting. I think that it is important for this board when we go back to our home institutions or back to our regions, and certainly Regent Sperling and I have already been discussing this topic, that we are advocating to our public and to our students, but also really their parents, to voice their opinions on this particular subject. I don't necessarily think we can make an assumption about what their opinions are going to be, but I think we can advocate that they should voice them.
Sorry, can I ask a question? Is there any kind of data as to crimes that are committed by a quote active shooter? Are they typically individuals with a license to carry? I mean, because I'm just not, from the standpoint of having a license, I mean, anybody could carry a gun, whether they have a license to carry or not. I'm just wondering if there's any data on that.
What I will say is that there is some data. I won't say it's comprehensive. There are some federal prohibitions on nationally doing some data work. What I will say is there are certain nonprofit organizations, because data can't be collected and researched in a way in which academic institutions would love to do that. What you have is some advocacy and nonprofit groups that are basically trying to get information. They look at media reports on a mass shooting. They try to look, is that person have a permit or not? In some states, I believe like ours now, that information is not public information. So you couldn't call up the state agency and say, I want a list of the 300,000 people. A couple of years ago, the legislature made that information private and not, you can't make a public request. So what some of these organizations have tried to do is analyze like mass shooting data and then try to dig in and find that out. Now, it's not a statistical significant way to do it. I think depending on who you ask, you will get a different result. What I will say is some statements by some folks in this state have just blanketly said people that have a permit don't commit crimes. We know that not to be true. There are incidents where people that have had a permit have in fact committed a crime. To the extent to which they do it versus someone else, I don't know that there are very good statistics on that.
It would be interesting. I just didn't know if anybody other gathered it. Okay, thank you.
I can speak some to that. I think the issue isn't necessarily to vilify anybody who exercises a Second Amendment right. That has nothing to do with this. It has to do with two things as far as in my estimation. First, it has to do with simply the fact that accidents happen when guns are around. They've happened in Texas already, and that isn't to say that concealed carry permit holders are more accident prone or anything of that nature. It is instead to say simply that when we drive without seatbelts, we are more likely to get hurt. Second, one of the concessions that was offered during the faculty and staff concealed carry debate was that faculty and staff were not allowed to carry during disciplinary meetings or tenure meetings or things where employment decisions were being made. As a faculty member at a community college, I regularly have conversations with students about their conduct, be it attendance, their performance in my class, that have implications monetarily, that have implications with their chance for success in college, that are on the same scale as a tenure conversation or an employment or disciplinary conversation. Those conversations literally happen once a week. I'm having them, my colleagues are having them. So the idea that there would be more, that for one set of people, we're gonna say, well, no, this isn't, you can't have this in these for these situations because these are very, very emotional and stressful situations. But we would then say, but we're going to allow people with whom you have those same conversations regularly, we're going to allow them to be carrying. That it's almost ungovernable, because we end up having not only a double standard in terms of faculty, staff, and students, but we also end up just having a more volatile environment. So I think that that's a part. I don't think that this has to do necessarily with the fear of abuse of this by concealed carry permit holders. I think it has to do with the fact that school is incredibly high stress. And the simple fact is, when we have more of these tools available, more accidents or emotional situations happen. I'm sorry to take so much time.
I think the Regent, I'll be bringing him down to the legislature, let me just say. I think he will be very effective. But
I only communicate in interpretive dance.
Is that when I spoke to the faculty subcouncil, which are the heads of all the faculty senates, I will say it was uniform, their heightened concern about particularly students carrying, and the fact that unlike a tenure hearing that's scheduled and noticed and it's on somebody's calendar, a student conversation may not at all be scheduled. It might be, hey, professor, can I talk to you after class? And you don't have any time to sort of prepare and make sure you're in a safe place, right? You can't necessarily pick up the phone and call for security because you might be about to have a difficult conversation. So I think that was reiterated by several of the faculty, along with just accidents. I did talk to also the student body presidents at all of our campuses, and most, not all, most of them are concerned about this, not all of them. But I will note that in particular, and I thought this was a unique circumstance, the student body president, Austin P., talked about the number of veterans and veteran families that they have on their campus. That's a unique campus, and sort of the implications that they sometimes see with PTSD that are exhibited in different ways in a classroom. And that student body president talked about a couple of incidents that he was involved in on Austin Peay's campus, and was concerned about just the heightened sort of threat, perhaps, that might exist on a campus that might have numbers of veterans the way that Austin Peay does. So he was in particular very concerned about students having it on that campus, and that might trigger some behaviors and reactions that wouldn't be healthy. So.
Yes, in the spirit of Mr. Freeman has left the room, I want to raise a question for this board to consider, and to get away from the emotional part of guns on campus. And in considering a comment that Dr. Oldham mentioned earlier in our meeting, when he talked about how the universities are getting more and more competitive. And I've taken that to heart, and I'm trying to figure out how we can help them get less competitive. And they're going to be getting more and more competitive, and hiring better professors is going to be utmost on their plate in the future. And if they're going to be trying to hire better professors to teach these students, they're going to need a good environment, a safe environment. So we need to be thinking about how we can make this environment pleasant for the professors that they're going to be hiring. That's my point. Thank you.
Very well said. Good discussion. Ginger, I kind of need to get us back on track
Yes,
here.
let's
I'm
go to the
sorry,
next
but this is
slide.
so important.
We can go to the next slide, and then I'm done. So the other sort of policy stance that I'm putting before you today is for us as a board to support expanded funding, continued and expanded funding for early college. Right now, you may remember that the lottery now pays for 2 free classes in dual. We heard about dual enrollment a little earlier in Dr. Lovett's presentation. We also have 6 of our colleges, one is a university, that have middle colleges, and those are high school students that are high school students and college students simultaneously. and some of them complete their associate's degree while they are still in high school. We also have a number of TCATs that are either entirely providing career technical education for a K-12 school system or providing dual enrollment in career and technical ed so that students can at least partially complete a certificate or diploma while they're in high school. We have had conversations with the Higher Ed Commission about how do we continue to incentivize. We have about 17,000 high school students that are now taking college courses. And we know that trying and getting that exposure, some of what Dr. Lovett talked about, is it's better to give students exposure in high school to sort of feel this out and know what they can do and what they're interested in, and that they have the confidence to do that while they're in high school, and doing it earlier is better. So I think we would like you all to support that continued work to find continued and additional funding options to support that early college work by high school students. And that, Madam Chair, is really my agenda to present to you today for discussion.
Chancellor? Thank you, Ginger.
Ginger, do you mind rolling back to the Focus Act slide? I just want to make sure the board feels comfortable about this before you take your take a vote. The discussion around Focus Act cleanup, I just want you to be comfortable with, and that is that Ms. Moody, along with Ms. Hauser and others, have been looking at the statute just to make sure that there are items that may need to be cleaned up over time. Do not presume, however, we would do that in absence of discussions directly with the governor's office and their folks. So part of the discussion that's going on is if there is to be some form of a broader cleanup act, and that would be something that the governor would take on. Anything that we would take on might clean up aspects of our board and those kinds of things in concert with the conversations with the governor's office. I just want to make sure you're comfortable with that before you make your vote.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Regent Prescott.
Thank you. On the last issue on the early college, is that just a general continue or increase, or do we have a fiscal note? Are we making any suggestion as to how to increase it?
There are a few discussions going on.
Okay.
There are a few things the Higher Ed Commission is looking at. We know that by providing 2 free classes for dual enrollment, the previous scheme meant that students had to pay some, and now that there are 2 free classes, more students are taking them. So there is some discussion, I think, that the Higher Ed Commission is having right now, is could we do more of that? Are there enough funds available in the lottery to maybe go further than 2 courses? I think we'd like to continue in that discussion. We think that could be a helpful thing for us to support. I think there are certain institutions that have middle colleges that want to look at, are there ways to create financial incentives to get more of those students to get that associate degree while they're in middle college? Are there ways to make sure those middle colleges reach to different socioeconomic demographics so that students aren't having to pay tuition in middle colleges? I think those are some of the discussions right now, but we don't have a formal piece of legislation.
Okay, so we don't know if anyone's going to carry a bill around any of those. Are we thinking
I guess
there will
be
the bottom line
legislation.
is, as we find that out, could you, keep us updated
Absolutely.
on that, because it's really specific bills that we could focus
Yes.
on. Just at home in our own local
Yes.
areas. Okay.
Great point. All right, folks, if you are comfortable and ready, approving our legislative initiatives for 2017 does require a voice vote. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Thomas. A second?
Second.
Thank you. Second, Regent Fitzner. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Good job as always.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that is by your seat is an Excel spreadsheet of the legislative events that are scheduled coming up. Our first one is tomorrow at Roane State, and Vice Chancellor Nichols and I will be there. There is one that was added just this morning that is not on your list, and that is TCAT Hohenwald, is February 17th at 10 a.m. I believe we will update that and work with Sandra to get you an electronic copy of that updated list.
Excellent. Those are always fun to do. Folks, I apologize, but I am really going to rush us here these next 30 minutes. The generous hospitality here at AT&T, they need this room back at 4 to turn it for another event. So I will apologize in advance, but Dr. Denley, you've got some all-star program proposals coming up here. Fortunately, we've had a chance to read these in advance. If you could hit the high spots, that would be great.
I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my pleasure to present 3 new degree programs today. The first is a program at East Tennessee State University. It's a joint, at ETSU and at Tennessee Tech. It's a joint Doctor of Nursing practice program. This will be a dual badge program, so students who graduate from this program will actually graduate jointly from these 2 universities. It's, I think, a very innovative program which will expand the presence of doctoral and nursing programs across the state. Happy to answer any questions about that.
Similar to their joint engineering program, right?
Exactly.
So these are big deals. This is
right.
great.
Exactly right.
This is great.
Would you like me to take all 3 together? Or?
Sure.
Okay. Second program is a bachelor's degree in dance from MTSU. So this really expands on MTSU's presence in the arts, and will actually be a program which dovetails beautifully with transfer pathways. So students who go through community college arts programs would be able to transfer into this bachelor's degree in dance. And then the last program is a new program at MTSU, a bachelor's degree in fermentation science. So this opens, again, a whole new emphasis on industry in the state. There's covers really everything from beer to yogurt. And so again, a very innovative program, and requires some legislation actually to enable the program to be presented. The students will be able to taste the beer or taste the wine, but I'm told not swallow it, but only taste it.
Which you can
Nothing
have,
about the yogurt apparently, but yeah.
you can have with your poultry and your pumpkin pie.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
These new degree programs do require a voice vote. Do I have a motion to approve? Regent Farland, Regent Markham, may I record you as the second? Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Denley. Good job today. James King, you are up next. And once again, we've had the opportunity to read these proposed programs and modifications.
What you've got quickly is you actually have 3 campuses, with Hohenwald getting the 2.0 LEAP grant of $1 million. They're expanding industrial maintenance in 4 locations: Lawrenceburg, Linden, Mount Pleasant, and Waynesboro. So it's the same program, and it's as a result of the grant. We're opening the new branch campus in Anderson County in a temporary site, and with their $5.7 million capacity grant, that temporary site will soon become permanent. And the new programs will include industrial maintenance mechatronics, machine tool technology, and welding. And then there will be 4 new programs offered at the Murfreesboro Nissan Training Center, which you'll be attending. The March board meeting will be there, so I think that's going to be an exciting opportunity to see that. And those programs are automotive technology, industrial electrical maintenance, welding, and machine tool technology. And the one other item, Madam Chair, I think needs to be removed from the academic action item was the reestablishment of an oil lube technician certificate at Jackson. That's going to be removed. So all of these have been reviewed, and I recommend approval.
Thank you, sir. Well done. And we are excited about seeing our new facility in March. That's going to be great, our new training facility. We need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Prescott, Regent Thomas for the second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you, sir. Chancellor Gregory.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. And this is a building naming. And in October, Mr. Horace Chase, our interim president at Jackson State Community College, submitted a request to name the new Health Sciences Building in honor of Jim and Janet Ayers. The new construction will provide instructional and office space for 6 programs in health sciences. The Jackson State Community College Naming Committee met on October the 14th and voted unanimously to approve this naming. Their request is in compliance with TBR policy 4.020501, which is our building naming policy. The suggested name, if approved by the board, will be Jim and Janet Ayers Center for Health Sciences. Jim and Janet Ayers have made significant contributions to Jackson State Community College, not only through their monetary gifts, but also in their service to Jackson State and the community. Mr. Ayers is a lifetime member of the Jackson State Foundation Board of Trustees, and Ms. Ayers is currently on the Presidential Search Committee to find our next leader at Jackson State. The Ayers Foundation has made a tremendous impact in the lives of several West Tennesseans, especially young people living in the Decatur, Henderson, and Perry counties through the Ayers Foundation Scholars Program. In addition, the Durham Memorial Scholarship and Endowment Funds in the Jackson State Community College Foundation were started by Mr. Ayers in memory of his brother, William Durham. Both Jim and Janet Ayers are well known in the health industry. Ms. Ayers has served as an administrator of healthcare facilities and is the former president of the Tennessee Healthcare Association. Mr. Ayers has worked in the pharmaceutical and nursing home fields. His first company managed and built nursing homes. Therefore, Madam Chair, it is with a great pleasure to request the approval to name the new health science building at Jackson State Community College the Jim and Janet Ayers Center for Health Sciences.
Excellent. Excellent. We need a motion to approve. Thank you, Regent Prescott. Second, Regent Smith. Thank you. Any discussion? I will simply say there are many great Tennesseans, but these two are at the top of the list. They are amazing in every way. So this is very appropriate. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, this requires a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor. And is Horace still here?
Yes,
Yeah, there he is. Horace, would you like to say anything? Thank you for bringing us this great idea.
Good afternoon. Jim and Janet Ayers have been major contributors to Jackson State Community College and West Tennessee. I had the opportunity to witness his generosity and sincerity while I was serving on the foundation board as the treasurer for the number of years, and as stated before, he served on that board as well. At one point in time, he was the chairman. But you could tell by the things that he would do and his expressions of his deep love for community colleges. It was very evident, excuse me, very evident of the contributions that they made to the community, to the healthcare programs, and to the college. Those things allowed President Dr. Roberts and Dr. Blanding to move the college forward and achieve the things that they were looking for. Naming this building in honor of their name is going to be an opportunity for Jackson State to show a token of appreciation, a lasting and visible appreciation for what they've done for the college and the community. So I'd like to thank the board for approving this naming. Thank you.
Thank you again for bringing this to us. And thank you for stepping in as our interim president. We're very proud, and we much appreciate your help.
Thank you for
Thank you
selecting
very
me.
much. Thank you, sir. And finally, we have a resolution of appreciation for Dr. Blanding, whom Mr. Chase just mentioned, and I would like to call on Regent Prescott to do the honors.
Thank you. I'm delighted to read this resolution of appreciation for the service of Dr. Bruce Blanding to the Tennessee Board of Regents. Whereas Dr. Bruce Blanding has 27 years of service with the Tennessee Board of Regents system, including 12 years as president of Jackson State Community College and 8 years in the role of director of 2 Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology. And whereas during his presidency of Jackson State Community College from 2004 to 2016, the college developed programs and services focused on student success and engagement, including the Writing Center, the Smart Math Lab, which won the Community College Future Assembly's Bellwether Award for Excellence in Community College Instructional Services, a Military Student Center, and Great Expectations, a new student orientation program, which was a 2016 Bellwether finalist in the Instructional Programs and Services category. And whereas under his leadership, Jackson State was named as a National Center of Excellence in Information Assurance 2-year education, an institutional award established by the National Security Agency and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security with support of the National Science Foundation. Whereas under his leadership, Jackson State became a member of the Achieving the Dream Network. And whereas academic programs were expanded during his tenure, including courses for advanced maintenance technician and occupational therapy assistant, and the dual enrollment program grew from 39 students in the fall of 2004 to 1,258 students in the fall of 2016. And whereas under President Blanding's leadership, Jackson State experienced growth in facilities, he oversaw the construction of 2 new buildings and a softball field at the main campus, a $2.2 million renovation of the main campus student center, a $487,000 renovation of the gymnasium, a significant improvement to all campus grounds, and the purchase of property adjacent to the main campus for future expansion. And whereas under his leadership, Jackson State developed a new permanent off-campus center in Humboldt, where a former elementary school was renovated to serve higher education needs in Gibson County. And whereas under President Blanding's leadership, the Jackson State Community College Foundation increased the non-traditional scholarship fund over tenfold from 2013 to 2016, providing funds for over 100 students. Also, the Foundation's first scholarship banquet was held in 2015, highlighting the needs of the non-traditional student. And whereas under President Blanding's leadership, Jackson State reaffirmed its accreditation under 2 successful decennial reviews by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tennessee Board of Regents expresses its sincere appreciation to Dr. Bruce Blanding for his outstanding contributions and leadership to the system and wish him the very best in his retirement. Madam Vice Chair, I offer this resolution to the board.
Thank you very much, Regent Prescott. It requires a second.
Second.
Thank you, Regent Smith. Any discussion? And with that, I will call on our friend Regent Markham, who might have known Dr. Blanding longer than most of the rest of us.
Yes, indeed. President Blanding was one of the first presidents I met when I joined the board. He and his lovely wife, Linda, and I just want to say I wish the Blandings much happiness and success in their retirement, and just wish them well.
Thank you very much. Said eloquently as always. Any others? We're sorry he is not with us today, but with that, we will call on a voice vote to approve this resolution to honor Dr. Blanding. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. Thank you very much, and I know you all will take care of getting this to him.
Certainly will.
Thank you. Chancellor, any closing comments?
Just a couple, Madam Chair. Number one is we've already offered a resolution previously to Jerry Patton when we said goodbye to him, thinking he was going to retire, and we thrust him back into service at the TCAT in Morristown. And I just cannot tell you what a fantastic job Jerry Patton has done at Morristown. He is one of those quiet leaders, loved by the community, loved by his faculty and students. Jerry has decided to retire yet again, and so this is his last board meeting. And I told the directors when I talked with them, he represents the best of who we are as a TBR organization, with his character, with his demeanor, and I just wanted to acknowledge Jerry's departure and appreciate all the work that he's done.
Very nice.
Additionally, Madam Chairman, there are occasions, and it happens more times now than we're all comfortable with, when people who are not presidents or who are not directors leave us. And when they do, they leave a great big gap. And I asked David Zettergren if he would come to the board meeting today. He's sitting back in the back next to Dale Sims. David Zettergren has been our long-term vice president for business and finance at the University of Memphis. And David has transitioned through many presidents. He is a graduate of the University of Memphis himself. He oversees their $300 million budget. He does so with grace, with integrity, with competency. He was voted in 2013 as the CFO of the Year and has received the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2014 by the Memphis Business Journal. David is retiring. You've seen his face many times. He does not come to all the board meetings. But let me tell you, David makes the University of Memphis hum, and he will be greatly missed. I wanted you to acknowledge David Zettergren as he retires and wish him the very best.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes, please.
could I say one word about that? Because I thought I saw David back there, and I just wasn't absolutely sure, but I can't let this opportunity go by without saying that I know David personally, and I feel like I should have known this information. I didn't know that, but
He's kept it pretty quiet.
yeah, but honestly, he, this is not an indication of age, but he has been a fixture at the University of Memphis, and one that has, as you know, been so important. And I really appreciate you for honoring him, because sometimes it's the staff behind the presidents that make the university go. So David, congratulations to you. We really appreciate your service.
We have another individual who is not here today. He works on Dr. Nolan's staff, and Dr. Nolan's trying his best to sort of hold on to David Collins. But David and David Zettergren worked side by side for a number of years. David will be leaving in March timeframe, unless Brian can kind of convince him to stay on longer. In the same vein, he has spent a long career with the Board of Regents. He's not somebody you see at board meetings, but he has transcended presidents. He has steered the university on a financial basis in a way that makes us all really proud. And you see the evidence of his work when you look at East Tennessee State University. So for those of you who know David Collins, David will be leaving us sometime after March. And then finally, at your place, you have a coffee mug I want you to take with you. It has the new TBR system logo on it. I hope you will take it and think of us fondly as you drink coffee. And thank you to Virginia Moreland, Matthew Gann, and others who helped develop this new look for us. And then finally, Madam Chairman, I have one last thing, if I might.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a good chance this may be my last time to be with you as a board. And there's something really important I think I should say to each one of you, and that is that you come to board meetings and you honor people, and you do so appropriately. But it's really important that I say thank you to each one of you, because you're volunteer board members, and I've had the opportunity to work beside you in searches, to talk with many of you on the phone, to receive advice and counsel. You administer the system with just the right touch. There's a level of oversight and then keeping everyone accountable. And it's not enough times that we say to each one of you how much we appreciate your service on this board. The service that you do to the state on a voluntary basis is not often seen, but it's very much appreciated. I have for each one of you a gift that is really sort of just a small token of my appreciation to you. I'll give it to you as you leave, but I didn't want to leave this seat without saying to each one of you how much I appreciate the hidden work that each one of you do on behalf of our system. And I say that really on behalf of the presidents and directors as well. Thank you.
Didn't see that one coming. Between you and Regent Freeman, I think we may all just sit down and boo-hoo for a few minutes. I know. Oh, to everyone who's made such an enormous contribution to this system, thank you. And to Regent Freeman for, in his eloquent words, reminding us of what it is all about. We will truly miss him. To Josh, thank you, and thank you for being such an active participant at your first meeting. We will see you again soon, and thanks for all you do at Roane State. Keep up the good work. To our friends at AT&T, thank you again for the hospitality. Regina and Eddie did a great job in pulling all of this together for us today. We don't ever see all the logistics behind the scenes and what goes into this, but to Regina Sullivan and Eddie Seals, we are grateful. Always to Sanja and the team, and she will fire me if I don't remind the board to fill out your survey before we head home today. You have some newsletters in front of you as takeaways for reading, of course, that our TCATs and our community colleges and universities provide. So take those home and spend a little time with those. And then, of course, the shuttles for those who are traveling back to the office or beyond will be queued up on Commerce Street for you. And finally, as we begin this meeting, please keep all of those in our great state whose lives have been so dramatically and tragically impacted over the past few days in your thoughts and prayers this holiday season. And most importantly to all of you, have a safe journey home today. Have a very safe and happy holiday season. Chancellor, we love you. We will still see you in the new year. And to everyone, have a great night. Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that was a good meeting. You liked it?